order, there will be a little bit, just like last time, if they come out and do a quick practice, it's going to go over a little bit. 1, 2.
Oh, you went right in the back way. Is that
I
right?
get that box for you.
Okay.
I left and I told him, why don't you go to bed so you won't fall? He said,
Check 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, check.
I just got up.
1, 2.
Take your medicine. And he said, my brother's going to call me in a little while. I said, okay. I said, but, when he calls, why don't you just go to
Good evening, everyone. The Suffolk Public Schools work session will here now be called to order. At this time, our first item on our agenda is a motion for a meeting attendance via electronic device for Vice Chair Heather Howe.
Motion is needed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 22.2-3708.3, subsection B4, to allow Vice Chair Heather Howell to attend tonight's meeting of the school board through electronic communication means due to a personal matter because she is attending a conference in Hendersonville, Tennessee, and not able to be physically present at tonight's meeting of the school board.
At this time, we will entertain a motion. The motion has been made by Board Member Brooks Buck and second by Board Member Brittingham. Is there any questions in the discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Ms. Byram? Hers isn't working, John.
There it is.
Oh,
She
there
got
it
it. It came up.
Motion passed.
The next item on our agenda is the Gifted and Advanced Instruction Update. Dr. Gordon. As they're, she's not going to join until 7.
Is she joining for, is Ms. Howell joining
No,
for?
she's not
Joining
joining
until
until 7.
7. She's joining at 7.
At 7, okay. All right, I want to call to the podium our Director of Curricular and Instruction, Dr. Maria Lawson Davenport. She's going to give the Gifted and Advanced Instruction update, and immediately after that presentation and board member questions, Dr. Lawson Davenport will also review our secondary course proposals. As a reminder to our board members, the secondary course proposals that will be discussed during today's work session will then become an action item based on your recommendations or our recommendations to you as a board during the regular meeting at 7. Dr. Lawson Davenport.
Good evening. I'm coming to you today to provide you with information and an update from the 2022-2023 school year from Gifted and Advanced Instruction. And I will start with our second grade screening, which is done for all students in the division. This past year, we screened 989 students, and during that year, we found 150 students eligible. You can see the percentages there of the number of students that were identified as gifted in the second grade, and we do this to ensure that all students have access to the gifted program. So we do a general screening. That's a nonverbal assessment that also includes assessments for quantitative and for qualitative information. And you can see that our percentages, 60% white, 4% Asian, 36% underrepresented minorities, which are all identified there for you. In this graphic, you will see the overall gifted student demographic. So what you saw previously was just second grade last year. This is our overall gifted student demographics that are reported to the state each year. And you can see with this data that we are about 50-50 for male-female. We still have some work to do in underrepresented populations, but we are moving closer to the overall demographics of the division. So we are moving in the right direction regarding identifying students who are gifted. Here you see our Governor's School for the Arts enrollment for last year and for this year. We have had an increase in students. We did see a slight dip during the COVID years as students were working remotely, and we have seen an increase since students are now back face-to-face. So you can see we are well over what our quota is, and the Governor's School allows us to do that. So we actually have quite a few students who are able to go because Governor's School for the Arts does provide that for us. Here you can see our demographics for the Governor's School for the Arts. One thing to note is that the Governor's School does have to report their demographics to the state. Suffolk Public Schools, I'm proud to say, accurately represents all students in the division. And so we are one of the few schools in our region that go to Governor's School for the Arts that actually reflect our demographics, unlike some of our neighboring divisions. Here's our International Baccalaureate program, which is one of our specialty programs in addition to the Governor's School for the Arts. This is our information from the number of students that we had in 2022, 2023. You can also see our 23-24 school year students. We did have quite a few students, of course, through attrition. We had an overall withdrawal of 13%, which is lower than our previous years. I also want to make a note that this year we did have a total of 27 students, senior students who tested. 19 of those are our IB students. We do make IB courses at Kings Fork High School available to students who are not in the IB program if they want to take challenging courses since they are located there. Our highest diploma number was 32, and we had 3 scores over a 30, and the minimum points for that is a 24. So we are proud of the seniors that did earn the diploma this year, which were 7 out of the 19 seniors. Here you have our current enrollment for International Baccalaureate. So you can see that we had 81 students last year and we have 76 this year. There is some attrition that happens between sophomore and junior year typically. This year was a little bit of an anomaly because we had some withdrawal in the 11th grade, but we are moving in a positive direction. And once again, from COVID, we are recovering our students coming back into this program. Here is our data for Project Lead the Way Engineering, which is located at Nansemond River High School. We had 81 students last year, and this year we have 87 students. They have an overall pass rate on the Project Lead the Way Engineering assessments of 85%, so our students are doing extremely well in this program. Here you see our Project Lead the Way Biomedical Sciences. This program also has a smaller cohort in that they only take in 20 students per cohort, unlike the engineering program, which takes in 24 students. And so you see for this year, we have a total of 59 students, and we were able to fill all the slots for our freshmen this year as well. So we are proud of that. And they have quite a high pass rate with the biomedical program as well. They are in the 80 percentile rank. Here you see our new program, which we will be highlighting a little bit later on today, the Center for Performing and Production Arts, located at Lakeland High School. And you can see here that we had 34 students last year, which was the first year, and this year we have 46 students who are going to be matriculating. And you can see that we've expanded the strands, so we have students who have actually moved between programs. One of the unique things about having students in this program is that they may come in one area and take a course in another area and shift areas, which they have that ability to do. And that's what makes it a very unique program, unlike Governor's School for the Arts, where students pick one topic and they have to kind of follow that for 4 years. Our students get the ability to try a little bit of everything at the SIPA program. Here's an information related to our advanced placement program, which is run by the College Board. You can see last year we had 426 students across the division who were taking advanced placement courses, and this year we have 470 students who are taking advanced placement courses. So we are excited that we were able to expand that program. And here you see the number of students who were enrolled in AP classes during the 2022-23 school year and the number of AP exams that were taken. Of the students who took the exam, we had 62% of the students who were enrolled in the classes take an exam, and 42% earned a 3 or higher, which is considered passing, so to speak, or earning college credit when transferred to a college. And I do want to make a note about College Board scores, that the national pass rates for a 3 or better is about 50% from the national rate. However, College Board is no longer releasing Virginia-specific data like we used to get. They're only releasing overall data. They're no longer doing it by state. Here you can see the growth over the last 3 years with the number of students with scores of 3 or higher. We are on a positive trend with Kings Fork High School, keeping in mind that Kings Fork High School also has the IB program, which often competes because the students there have the option to take AP classes or IB classes, which also equate to college-level credit. Here's Lakeland High School's 3-year average. You can see an increase from 2021, 60% of students with scores 3 or higher at Lakeland. And Nansemond River High School's 3-year average, they are 30%. So we are proud that the efforts that we're making to help support students in earning college credit is increasing. Here you can see the AP courses that we offer within the division, keeping in mind that some of these may be virtual through Virtual Virginia, some of these may be face-to-face, but you can see here the range of courses that students have access to, ranging from AP World History in 10th grade to AP Physics, Government, psychology, statistics, computer science principles, which is one of our newer courses that is now being run at two of our schools, and environmental science and European history. And just as I mentioned that Virtual Virginia does have some of those AP classes that our students are taking, you can see the number of students who are enrolled in a face-to-face class and those who are enrolled in a Virtual Virginia class for this school year. And these numbers do also include our SPS Online students who also have access to those AP classes through Virtual Virginia. For our advanced placement test taker demographics, you can see here that this is very similar to our overall demographics in that we have quite a few underrepresented populations who do take advanced placement tests. So we are still continuing to focus on that as an area to increase that access and accessibility for all of our students. I do want to spotlight a College Board recognition for advanced placement tests. There are what is called AP Scholars with Honors, and that means that a student has scored an average of a 3.2 on all their AP exams that they have taken over the course of their matriculation, and 3 or higher on at least 4 exams or more. An AP Scholar scores a 3 or higher on 3 or more AP exams. So you can see there the number of students that we have that earn the AP Scholars with Honors or AP Scholar designation from College Board. And they are able to report that to colleges as they apply for different college applications. So some of the areas of focus for advanced placement that we have moving forward, growth, of course, of the course offerings, including expanding enrollment in college-level courses. You'll see that when we get to the course proposals, how we're expanding the range that students have access to the AP classes. We're also looking at equity and gifted services in advanced instruction. We are providing professional development on the identification of students from underrepresented populations. Also, the promotion of dual enrollment in AP courses to underrepresented populations to include an increase in L students that we have in the division. And we are also utilizing the PSAT, which we took at the end of October. It provides what is known as AP Potential, and we provide those letters to students and parents so they can know which courses based on their PSAT performance in 10th grade that may be a best fit for them, so that will help them make choices as we get into the scheduling in the fall. And of course, lastly is Career Insights, which is from College Board, and that promotes courses that align with careers. So this is something that once students take the PSAT and log into their College Board accounts, they will have access to what's known as Career Insights, and that will allow them to align their performance on tests, PSAT, AP, SAT, to careers that they may be interested in. And we are providing professional development on equity and access from the College Board. They are actually coming to provide that for our counselors, administrators, and teachers new to the division next week. So that is one of our initiatives as well. And this is a new program that College Board has set up, and I did want to highlight this, that there is something known as the National African American Recognition Award, National Hispanic Recognition Award, and National Rural and Small Town Award that College Board recognizes students who take the PSAT and score within a certain realm and also go in and start doing college searches. So College Board tracks those students, and these are students from Lakeland High School that were identified as receiving recognition, and this is a recognition that these students can actually put on their college applications. We also have one student who is a Big Future ambassador. Big Future is College Board's program that help students seek out careers and colleges that are a match for them. And so this student has used it so much that they have allowed him to be an ambassador, and he can go around to other students and encourage them to utilize the program as well. And lastly, we have our dual enrollment numbers, and you see here this year we have added CCAP in for our numbers so that you can see how many of our students are earning credentials through the college at CCAP, which is Early Childhood Welding and EMT, Emergency Medical Technician. And so last year we had 136 students, and this year we have 196 students. Do want to make a note that we did lose one of our teachers to retirement last year at one of our schools, so because of that, those numbers did go down somewhat because we don't have a face-to-face teacher. But we are still offering the course, it's just in a virtual setting. And that is my presentation.
Board members, at this time, do you have any questions or comments regarding this presentation? Board Member Brooks Buck.
I just have one question. When you were talking about students who came out of the program because of COVID challenges, are they allowed to come back in if they came out of the program, say if they were in the pre-engineering program or the IB program and things got tough because of virtual instruction? Were they allowed to come back? Is that what you meant?
No, well, Governor's School for the Arts was really the one that we had the biggest dip because
Oh, okay.
not being face-to-face at Governor's School
Okay.
was very difficult for some of our students. So because of that, a lot of students, we lost students in those subsequent
Oh,
years.
okay.
So we have
Okay.
recouped those students are now going back to the Governor's School. So
Okay.
we have increased our numbers back to where they were before COVID.
Oh, okay, okay.
Board Member Brittingham.
Thank you. So I'm curious, looking at these scores, and we are making good progress.
Yes.
How does it compare to our pre-COVID scores? Have we really been able to recoup back from our 2019-20 scores?
For which program?
Well, I'm looking at the AP program in particular, where we were tracking from 21 to 23. I guess my question is, what were we doing pre-COVID, and are we getting closer to that at this point?
I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I can tell you pre-COVID, we were not testing as many students.
Okay.
So that would, of course, affect the number of the pass rate because we did not have as many students who were assessing, nor did we have the number of AP courses that we currently have pre-COVID. So I don't have those numbers in front of me to be able to tell you the difference. I just have the 3-year average here.
Okay.
And there was a dip in 20 because the test was very different.
Right.
And we had, the College Board at the same time also made a change in that they asked students to register for the assessment in the fall. So there was a lot of transition between College Board, the way the test was done, and COVID, kind of all mixed together during that time.
And do we know how many of our students are scoring a 5 on the AP exams? Do we have that data?
We can pull that data, yes.
I would love to see that, because that's really impressive when we have students in our system that, are doing not only well, making a 3, but scoring a 5 speaks a lot to their progress as academic achievement and scholarship, so.
Yeah, and I will add, one reason we don't highlight specific numbers of scores by course is because sometimes you may have only 5 students take the test, and if you know, you can identify a student. So we don't
Right.
want to identify students if they don't want to be identified in that way.
I'm just curious as to how
Sure.
many.
Are there any additional questions or comments, board members? Okay. Board Member Byron.
Thank you for this good report and the good news. I think we're making advances. That's the important thing. I see progress in all levels. I had a question. In the specialty programs, Project Lead the Way and Biomedical and IB, do we have caps on those programs, and how does that work?
So we do have caps on Project Lead the Way because those courses are CTE courses, so they are relegated to the number of stations and meeting CTE requirements regarding seats. Project Lead the Way Engineering has a cap of 24 students, and the Biomed program has a cap of 20 students per cohort. The IB program does not have a cap, but we tend to run anywhere between 50 to 60 students depending upon the application year.
Okay. And you said that 85% of Project Lead the Way, that 85% on passing.
Yes.
And then the 80 percentile for the other biomedical. I know they won a lot of awards and so
Yes.
forth through the years. That's all. That's all. Thank you for an excellent report.
Board members, are there any additional questions or comments? There being none, Dr. Davenport, thank you so much once again for an excellent presentation, letting us know the standings and the improvements of Suffolk City Public Schools. And this goes to show all those who are in person and those who are watching at home, we're doing it. And we're continuing to make strides and steps in the right direction. Once again, thank you. Our next item on the agenda is secondary course proposal.
So you have before you 2 things. You should have access to this slide deck, but also a comprehensive packet of all the applications that were received for course proposals for this year. So I'm going to start with the amended courses, and we are recommending that the following courses be amended for this year. And that would be, let me make sure, Data Science, Journalism 2, Advanced Composition, which is a creative writing course, Math Analysis, AP Pre-Calculus, AP Statistics, Literacy Strategies for High School 1 and 2, and Literacy Strategies for middle school students. And we're asking that these courses be amended by grade level, because what we are finding is that allowing access earlier for students, because we're on the 4x4, so students have the opportunity to finish 2 parts in a year possibly. So we want to expand the grade levels of these courses. The literacy strategy courses we have had on the books, but they have been archived, so we're asking for them to be reactivated so that we can include those courses in the future to meet the Virginia Literacy Act requirements and other programs that we want to promote. For our new courses that we are recommending, we have an IB Global Politics, which is an elective course that we want to help support additional electives for IB students, an academic support class that will help our special education students at the middle school with additional supports to increase academic achievement, Photography 1, which would be a fine arts class, Fashion Careers 1 is a CTE class, and you will note that it is marked as pending VDOE approval, so we are asking for your approval of the course, and knowing that we still have to get VDOE approval through the regular CTE process for that course, but if you all approve it, then that will allow us to add it to our catalog as soon as the state approves the course. And lastly, Navy Junior ROTC, 1, 2, 3, and 4, which will be housed at Kings Fork High School, so that all of our high schools will have an ROTC program. And lastly, SIPA, we are expanding SIPA with our cohort now going into the 11th grade next year. We need to expand their course offerings, so the courses you see listed here are to allow those students to continue their progression. We did add theater, so we are adding additional theater courses for students, so we want to make sure that those are available as well. So you will see Technology, Electronic Music 3, Musical Theater 1, Recording and Production 2, Guitar 3, Composition and Songwriting, Drama, Stagecraft, Entertainment, Design and Technology, and Piano Lab 3, excuse me. Are there any questions?
Board members, at this time where you are allowed to ask your questions of staff. Do you have any questions regarding our new and amended course proposals? Board Member Slinglove.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Clarification. On the information that we received, it says that several of these courses are being tabled until 24-25. This is the proposal for 24-25. Can you explain what that means to me?
So tabled for 24-25 means that we will revisit them when we do this process again in 24-25. That they won't necessarily be on our catalog for that school year, but that we will revisit them when we do this process again.
Okay. And then another question, how do you determine which ones are recommended and not recommended, and how much of a bearing is it regarding how many teachers we have? Is that a big bearing? How do you determine this?
So you will see in the course proposal that when a course is proposed that they have to outline how much it's going to cost, staffing, who's licensed, those types of things. But one of the things that we do is we have a comprehensive committee that's made up of counselors, administrators, who else is on the committee? The content coordinators, the specialty, the people who know the content, and we review all of those. Principals are actually always a part of this committee, and so they can speak to, when we get to that part, whether or not they have the staff, if it would cause a hardship on the building scheduling-wise, they speak to all of that. So when you see something tabled, it doesn't mean that we don't like the course, it means that we may not have the adequate staff for the course or the interest level right now for it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Board members, are there any additional questions or comments regarding the proposal? This is the time and the place to ask whatever questions you have. There being none, Dr. Gordon, we allow you to have a moment.
Thank you, Chair Riddick, and I just want to thank Dr. Lawson Davenport. As you can see, both of these presentations actually align with our gifted and advanced instruction update as well as our new course proposals. And one of the things I definitely wanted to highlight is this being the third year of the CPPA, which is the reason why you will see additional strands, additional pathways. We had a 4-year model for the Center for Performing and Production Arts, and you'll see additional courses that will be added next year. Also, with us changing to the 4x4, which is one of the reasons why you saw an additional elective up there for our IB students. And lastly, going back to the last presentation on advanced instruction, one of the things that the board had tasked me with was increasing our total numbers of students for our upper level and rigorous courses. You saw the numbers increase in all of our AP classes. You saw the numbers increase in our dual enrollment. You also saw the numbers increase in 3 out of our 4 specialty center programs. And you're going to also, now that kids have more options, you may see some fluctuation with those numbers moving forward. And that's going to be the case anytime you add an additional specialty center. With us bringing on the Navy JROTC, one of the conversations that we've had in working with Mr. Privet and our teaching and learning team is almost using our JRTC programs in a similar fashion to specialty centers. So the kids actually have additional options on what schools they want to attend depending on which branch of the military they're interested in. So our overall courses that you have seen at our high school level specifically have increased dramatically. That was one of the things that we were looking at to give our kids more options and more electives as a part of us going to the 4x4. And the hard work from our advanced placement, dual enrollment, and IB teachers, and our students' overall interest, this is a part of one of the main reasons why you saw increases in all of those numbers. So we were thrilled that we actually met one of the goals that the board had set during my evaluation last year. Actually, it was the year before last, and you can see that the numbers are still trending in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Riddick.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Everyone has had an opportunity to ask whatever questions of staff as it pertains to our scores, new courses, amended courses. We want to thank our staff and Dr. Gordon and the team for doing an outstanding job preparing the information and bringing it back to us at this time. There being no additional business in this work session, we're going to go into a recess at this moment.
Check 1, 2, 1. One, two, check.
That's not me. I'm just supporting. I'm the support.
Once it's green, it means you're on.
You can play real loud here.
Not so loud.
Okay.
You good? Yep, we got you.
Okay. Okay, should I go ahead and mute again?
Go ahead, mute.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. The Suffolk Public Schools School Board meeting for the month of November will now be called to order. At this time, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance. We are asking if our students could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and immediately following the Pledge of Allegiance, we're going to ask if all persons could remain standing for a moment of silence. Suffolk Public Schools have been taking a lot of great hits in the loss of some of our key personnel, such as Mr. Carlson, as well as Mr. Rivas, former transportation director for Suffolk Public Schools. So in that order, we're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance from our wonderful students, followed by a moment of silence. And let's stand for the pledge. Thank you. You may be seated. At this time, we will have our mission of Suffolk Public Schools read by Board Member Brittingham.
The mission of Suffolk Public Schools is to produce 21st century learners that will become productive citizens in society, foster a dynamic, safe, and nurturing learning environment, partner with school community for the benefit of the school, the students and staff, strengthen the school division by employing highly qualified and diverse staff, effectively and efficiently managing capital and human resources, effectively communicate to increase community investment.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to have a musical selection from the Lakeland High School Chorus. However, before we hear from this outstanding group of artists and musicians, we're going to have an introduction by Dr. Gordon.
Thank you, Chair Riddick. As you mentioned, we have the Cavalier Chorus that is here today, which is being led by Ms. Tiffany Carr and assisted by Ms. Owens. We're also happy to highlight many of these students are in our Center for Performing and Production Arts. Ms. Carr has been with us for 20 years. Previously taught at John Yates, both chorus and theater, and she is currently our CPPA vocal teacher, as well as our CPPA guitar instructor. 3 sons, all SPS students, and the oldest, who is currently a CPPA student. Tonight, the vocal ensemble will sing the Star Spangled Banner, Dona Nobis Pacem, and Resilience. We also have our guitar, which has been introduced into the program of studies. These Lakeland High School's beginning students are the first to take this class and are being trained as a classical ensemble on the guitar. At tonight's school board meeting, they're going to play Blue Magic, Lo-Fi, and Battles In. I also see that we have the proud principal of Lakeland High School, Ms. Lori White's here in attendance to see all of their Cavaliers show their great musical talents and expertise. I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Carr.
As they prepare, we ask everyone to please stand and remove your hats when the chorus sings our national anthem.
Night. pacem, dona nobis pacem, dona nobis pacem, dona nobis pacem. Resilience, we are strong, shoulder to shoulder, keep moving on. Resilience, make a new plan, stand up again and say, yes, we can. Resilience, we are strong, shoulder to shoulder, keep moving on. Resilience, make a new plan, stand up again and say, yes, we can. Resilience, we are strong, shoulder to shoulder, keep moving on. Resilience, make a new plan, stand up again and say, yes, we can. Resilience, we are strong, shoulder to shoulder, keep moving on. Resilience, make a new plan, stand up again and say, yes, we can. Resilience, we are strong, shoulder to shoulder, keep moving on. Resilience, make a new plan, stand up again and say, yes, we can. Resilience.
Let's give it up one more time for our outstanding students from the immaculate Lakeland High School. That was outstanding. Yeah. Man, I got to stand on the right way. Let's give it up for him one more time for an outstanding job well done. As we prepare to move to the next item on the agenda, we want to also thank those outstanding parents for coming out and supporting their children, parents, guardians, and other caretakers coming out. That's what it's about. Next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. At this time, is there a motion to approve? The motion has been made to approve the agenda by Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck and second by Board Member Byram. Is there any discussion? Board Member Brittingham. Okay. All right. There being no additional discussion, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell, how do you vote?
Yes. Yes.
Motion passed.
The next item on the agenda is public speakers on agenda topics. And to stay in compliance with our policy, all speakers will be allotted 3 minutes. Madam Clerk, and please call the names. If you have any literature that you would like to pass out to the board members, please give it to Miss, what's her married name? Miss Johnson at this time. If you have any literature that you would like to pass out, please give it to Miss Johnson at this time. Miss Johnson, please raise your hand. Madam Clerk, if you could read the statement while this part is going on.
Okay. It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to the services, policies, and affairs of the school board or Suffolk Public Schools. 2, refrain from words or statements which, from their usual construction and common acceptance, are construed as insults intend to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate form for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceeding. Persons must not engage in disorderly, disruptive, or boisterous conduct, such as, but not limited to, making noise, use of profane language or obscene gestures, yelling, or similar demonstrations that interrupts or disturbs the peace and good order of the meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order, subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. That officer shall, under the direction of the chair or other presiding officer, have charge of the meeting area, the waiting areas, and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Our first speaker is Daniel Holloman regarding proposed transgender policy.
As Mr. Holloman approached the podium, I do want to remind all of those who are sitting in the chambers, please adhere to the decorum. This is our first warning and final warning that we are asking everybody to be respectful and courteous to one another. Okay? Mr. Holloman.
The perspective of a student, and it's come to my attention that maybe I wasn't clear enough with my words. Because certain people in our community, including a former school board member, decided to be willfully ignorant and intentionally obtuse after listening to my words. She had decided to put me, a 6-year-old boy, on her Facebook page and attempt to weaponize my words to further her hate-filled agenda. Shame on you, Miss Story. When I said there were things far more important to us students, that wasn't an invitation for adults consumed with hatred to push down their own narrative. What many seem to have missed in what I said last month was me condemning adults who are speaking for us without actually listening to us. If you stop to take a moment and actually care how we feel, what we think, and what we believe, you would find that the majority of us roll our eyes when you speak because your ideas are old and tired, and we know that you are on the wrong side of history, probably the same way your parents were on the wrong side of history during the Stonewall riots. Let me be very clear when I say, if you actually stop to listen, most of us don't care if our fellow students are gay, lesbian, bi, or trans. Those are our friends you're talking about. Those are our friends who you betray as deviants. Those are our friends who you hate so openly. We don't care what pronouns they use, what names they go by, or where they go to the bathroom. What we care about is adults who try to use us as pawns in their political games. I would remind all of you school board members, you're not allowed to pick and choose who you keep safe in our schools. You have an obligation to every single one of us, regardless of our race, religion, abilities, or gender. The only thing that you are entitled to consider is our common title, student.
We ask that you refrain from clapping. Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Patricia Holloman, regarding proposed transgender policy.
Before I begin my speech, Board Member Jenkins, I offer you my most sincere condolences from myself and my family on the loss of your mother. Today I stand before you to discuss a matter of utmost importance, supporting transgender policy and transgender students in our public school system. It's truly disheartening to witness the abundance of people fighting against progress, calling transgender students deviants, defaming the superintendent, castigating certain school board members, being willfully ignorant, openly racist, and overall standing on the wrong side of history. Board members, it's your duty to ensure that every student feels safe, supported, and included to the best of your abilities. Any person who believes that the governor's policy will make every student feel safe, or even the majority of them, is completely deluded. We shouldn't be surprised, though, because when bigotry enters the conversation, all logic flies out the window. I'm going to keep this as short and sweet tonight as I possibly can and simply say it's imperative that the school board accept the superintendent's proposed policy and reject the governor's model policy, which violates federal law. In August of 2020, the United States Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals issued a decision in the case of Grimm versus Gloucester County, Virginia. The Grimm decision answered the question of whether a school's refusal to allow a transgender student to use the school bathroom that corresponds with their gender identity violates the Constitution's Equal Protection Clause, and whether it discriminates based on sex in violation of Title IX. The Fourth Circuit held that the school's actions did in fact violate both the Equal Protection Clause and Title IX. In 2021, the Supreme Court declined to hear Grimm and Gloucester, allowing the lower court's decision in support of transgender students to stand. And the student was awarded a $1.3 million settlement. I ask all of you on the dais, is that the kind of lawsuit that you really wish to fight? Because I'm sure the ACLU is salivating at the idea of suing you the way that they did Gloucester, and the way that they will no doubt sue Virginia Beach. I'm all for our school system getting national recognition, but I really don't think this is the kind of notoriety that you want. In closing, my mom always said offer a suggestion, so I bring one. You recently had a groundbreaking at JFK. Congratulations, it's wonderful. Why not consider, when building the new JFK, that there's an opportunity to build banks of single-stall, gender-neutral bathrooms that could service all people and teachers and staff. What an interesting pilot program that might be.
Next speaker, Nathaniel Holloman, regarding transgender policy.
Good evening. You know, last month I was intrigued when I heard someone stand in here and remind the school board that hate speech is protected speech. But I would counter. If you have to tap into hate in order to advocate, you're not doing it right. And if you have to resort to hate when dealing with a topic that will affect children, then I would say you have completely failed. I attended Suffolk Public Schools from kindergarten all the way through graduation. My 13 years in SBS helped me to become the man I am today. Anyone who thinks public school only teaches you about academic pursuits is a fool. Many of the lessons that my parents and family taught me about patience, friendship, and kindness were reinforced at the hands of amazing, dedicated teachers and administrators. What I have seen over recent months terrifies me for future students. Over the past few months, I have watched grown adults severely deficient in compassion and tolerance, attempting to bully this school board into submission. If these people have their way, teachers and administrators who choose this profession because they want to help children learn and grow will be forced into positions of apathy and indifference. I ask you parents, is that really what you want from teachers? No need to answer. We know it's a resounding no. And all of this over what? A handful of kids who try desperately to hide what they are because of the hatred and ill will directed towards them by bigots? Let me go ahead and take a moment to say the quiet part out loud. Those of you screaming the loudest are likely the ones that have sons that will physically assault and traumatize any trans girl who is forced to use the boys' bathroom because that's the gender they were assigned at birth. Your daughters will be the ones that will mercilessly bully and cyberbully the trans boys who are forced to use the girls' bathroom because that's the gender they were assigned at birth. What will you do then Will you complain when your child is being suspended, or better yet, arrested, that it's the trans child's fault? No need to answer. We know it's a resounding yes. School board members, reject the governor's unlawful model policy. Reject the hatred. Reject the bigotry. Vote for progress. Vote for acceptance of all students. And some of you move beyond your selfish agendas. As a member of Gen Z, let me remind you, we are proving quickly that we aren't afraid to show up and show out, especially at the polls. You will need our votes and our support to continue to sit in those seats, and we reject your backwards thinking.
Next speaker, Lauren Havener, regarding model policy.
Hello, good evening. My name is Lauren Havener, and I am a mother of 4 children living here in Suffolk. And I'm here to encourage you to please step forward and do the right thing by adopting the governor's model policy. It is a beautiful, well-written piece of information that provides guidance and stability for our young people, for our parents, for our teachers, for administrators who need to have guidance to know how to respond to young people who are questioning who they are. And we know that every one of us, at some point, we will need to give an account to our Creator God, and we need to do what is right before His eyes and not make decisions based on fear of being possibly sued. That should be put to the side. We need to do what is right in God's eyes and encourage our young people to accept who God has created them to be, either male or female. And we are thankful to be able to encourage our young people to do what is right. And we as adults need to be willing to guide them into this and to shepherd them, to show them the right way, that there is a best way by following God's plan, His plan for health, for safety, for communication. And I appreciate the work that is being done. We're wanting to do what is best for our children, for our parents, to encourage them to do what is right in God's eyes first. Thank you.
Next speaker, Gloria Havener, regarding model policy.
Hello, my name is Gloria Havener, and I'm very happy to be here this evening. We need to do everything to protect innocent children from abuse, even in their own school. All children and young adults are precious, and they are made in the holy image of God. They need to be protected. Who will stand up for them if no one else will? That is why I'm here to ask you to please support the model policy. Thank you.
Next speaker, Chris Durrett, regarding Ordinance 23/24-14, unfinished business.
I handed out a bunch of handouts to the board prior to coming up, so if anyone's interested in what I have to read, I have plenty of copies. My approach is different. Okay, I go inside the numbers. What we're talking about is this thing, as nice as I can say it. Okay. Suffolk Public School Board Policy Manual contains 10 chapters, 171 articles, and a total of 652 sections. An additional 24 sections which were labeled as deleted were not included in this total. So those are just the active sections that I'm looking at. Legal authority referring to various laws as they apply, appears 651 times in active sections. That is a population of 99.84%. Some of the legal authority cited in this thing: United States Constitution, 10 times. Constitution of Virginia, 11 times. Civil Rights Act, 10. Americans with Disabilities Act, 7. Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, 4. Title IX, 16. Equal Access Act, two executive orders, each one is cited 8 times, so a total of 16, and various United States codes, 169 times, and various Virginia codes, 625 times. Ordinances are referred to 915 times in this manual. Never are they cited as legal authority. Therefore, they're not legal without having a supporting law behind them. That is the legal authority. And every one of those ordinances are supported by those authorities that I already cited. Specifically, let's look at what is currently on there. Section 1.6.2.1. I'm not going to read the whole title of it, but let's get down to the legal authority of what you're trying to eliminate. Virginia Code, Section 22.1.23.3, 1950 as amended. Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act. Title 9 of the Education Amendments of 1972, Equal Access Act, and the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. That's what you're trying to eliminate. Section 1.6.2, look, Section 1.6.2.2 goes into definitions containing certain prohibited content. That also cites no legal authority, but I'm going to get into that in a little bit. And I'm running out of time, of course. Okay, so bottom line, okay, you're not citing any legal authority in what you're presenting to us. Okay, you said there's federal law, cite the federal law so we can look it up.
I'm sorry, your time has expired. Next speaker, Russell Chappell, why you should not vote for the transgender policy.
Good evening. Russell Chappell, 70-plus year resident, City of Suffolk. Superintendent, board members, thank you for being and serving. I do not support the ordinance that's up for vote tonight. Any at all. I totally support Governor Youngkin's model policy. I was going to say thank you and walk away, but this entire thing started in Virginia. It was a simple thing, let's use the bathroom. It has exploded. Now we've got everything set on fire. Last week in Massachusetts, young girl got her face disfigured and her teeth knocked out, playing in a lacrosse match. Transgender student involved. North Carolina, hadn't been too many months ago, maybe September, another young lady disfigured, put in the hospital with a major concussion, probably will never play again. Another altercation on the court with a transgender student. We go back to last year where this thing really hit the national stage. Loudoun County. 2 rapes occurred in Loudoun County, which was tried to be buried with the same transgender student. It's really unacceptable. The net result, the entire school board in Loudoun County has been overturned in the last 2 years, or the last 2 cycles. Superintendent got his due. The district attorney that was supported by George Soros lost her election Tuesday night. All these things have ramifications, but this transgender thing is totally out of control, and I totally support Governor Youngkin's model policy. Thank you.
Next speaker, Teresa Anderson, transgender policy.
Good evening. I'm here requesting that you vote in favor of Governor's model policy, ensuring parents are notified 100% of the time of their children's confusion. I realize several of you do not care what I think. You think we are a small minority, but remember, we went 2 for 3 in Suffolk on Tuesday night. We only lost 1 seat, and once you vote tonight, I promise you to have several phones up recording the vote. Do you remember October 2021 school board meeting when the Kings Fork High School room was filled with parents saying the masks do not work, which Fauci affirmed, and vaccines should not be forced on our children? Remember that meeting? Well, I thought those parents and I were like-minded. After recently researching these speakers, I noticed we are politically very different. However, we are like-minded in one area, our children. We all want what's right for our children. Many of you know what happens when you poke the mama bear. Virginia Beach was threatened with a lawsuit, and they backed down from Northam's model policy. In my opinion, Dr. Gordon is using a transgender policy to prove something to Northern Virginia school boards. But remember, we're not Northern Virginia. We're Suffolk, Virginia. In my opinion, Dr. Gordon is trying to use this vote to put a bullet point on his resume. Do you who are voting for this policy really want that bullet point on your resume? In closing, I am standing in support of moms like Angela Kilgore and other concerned citizens who value their religious freedoms rights to openly acknowledge their faith-based beliefs and viewpoints during public comments. Please retain protection for our rights and acknowledge our faith in public square and oppose any policies in the future that exclude religious expressions from public forum. The right of religious citizens to express their viewpoints without fear of censorship should be protected. Thank you.
Next speaker, Janet McKinney, regarding correction to the October minutes, dysfunction of the school board.
We need to correct the record from October. Mr. Riddick, you correctly stated that state law cannot contradict federal law. The model policies of the Virginia Department of Education and the opinion of the Attorney General outline precisely how the model policies do not violate federal law. There's also a ton of case law to support the model policies. The superintendent told us that the ACLU reviewed the model policies, yet the ACLU is no longer the non-biased entity it once was. There are other organizations which could have been consulted but weren't. You also stated you ran as a political party candidate talking about other board members. No candidate did that. Doing so is a violation of Virginia law. Code section 24.2-613B states that only candidates for statewide offices shall run on a political party designation. That is a slanderous statement and one you should retract. Quick word about your alleged concern for my welfare, that I not trip and fall. That statement, followed by your comment regarding pending litigation, could certainly be taken as a threat that I need to make sure there isn't someone waiting to intentionally trip me on my way out. It was out of order, and if I had any confidence in this board being of a majority mind, I would demand a public apology. Mrs. Brooks Buck, during the discussion of proposed policy 232414, you said, quote, all the ugly people in the audience who have ugly comments. After I called you out, you said you didn't call anyone ugly, you only called the comments ugly. You can review the tape if you're not sure. But we shouldn't be surprised, as when you were the chair in a newspaper article, you called us all racist. Let's talk about the dysfunction and lack of trust the school board exudes. Last month, you voted down resolution 232415 that would have appointed a member of the school board to the city council's education committee. You apparently haven't read the city ordinance, which addresses the city's education committee. If you had, you would know that anything related to the policy is specifically excluded. The committee focuses on these matters which are of joint concern, including safety and capital improvements. But you can't trust any member of your own school board to go to the committee, gather information, and report back. Instead, you assume that they're going to go make promises and make decisions on your behalf that they're not entitled to do. You completely ignore the fact that city council committee meetings fall under the same open meeting laws that your own meetings fall under. Your own policies provide checks and balances that you shouldn't be worried about a board meeting making decisions on your behalf. Why can't you work with the city council? Because you lack leadership, you're dysfunctional, and you don't trust each other. It's also dysfunctional for the superintendent employee of the school board to be sitting on the dais and addressing anybody here regarding any policies whatsoever. It's not within his power, it's not within his policies as stated on the ordinance you're voting on tonight.
Next speaker, Danielle Rayner, regarding communication model policy.
Good evening. I am a citizen of Suffolk, a taxpayer, and most importantly, I am a parent. While I appreciated the motion by Board Member Jenkins, the representative of my borough, to table the model policy agenda to allow for further discussion, as of the time of this speech, I've not witnessed an opportunity for that further discussion. There was a request for a work group, which was also denied. I sent a personal email to 2 board members well over a week ago, neither of which have replied. Why can't we have civil dialogue, and how can you all say that you are representing your constituents if you won't engage in dialogue with them? You all are failing the very people you were elected by to represent. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Your vote is not actually your vote. It is the vote of the voice of the constituents you were elected to represent. If you have not engaged with them or are unwilling to stand in support of their wishes, how can you honestly say you are completing your responsibility to represent them? You say all the time that you're here for the kids. Well, kids are not consenting adults, they are minor children. Until they are physically and developmentally old and mature enough to care for themselves, they depend on us as parents to direct their care and upbringing. If you are truly here for the kids, as you say you are, you must be here for the parents too. When Northam's transgender policy was adopted, I didn't agree with it, but I didn't picket the local school board demanding that they defy the governor's order on behalf of my personal beliefs. I accepted what I could not change, and when election time rolled around, I made sure I exercised my constitutional right to vote. My peers and I deserve the same level of respect. You have said before that the kids are watching, and if they are, what message do you send to those kids tonight if you willfully continue to defy the governor's order? That they should defy authority when there's a rule that they don't agree with? Even if you don't personally agree with the department's proposed policies, use your platform tonight as a teaching opportunity for the children. Show them what law and order looks like and the appropriate ways to advocate for change. We are not enemies of the school board. We are citizens, taxpayers, business owners, and most importantly, we are parents. It is our right and our obligation to fight for our children. The proposed policy, if passed, would place a direct barrier between children and their parents. I'm asking you, pleading with you really, to please do the right thing. Let us not waste any more time or money having to fight what you already know won't hold up in a court of law. Stop weaponizing our children as a means of pushing your political agenda. Let local school boards who have already been subjected to lawsuits serve as a warning for what's to come. Do the right thing, adopt the department's policy, and let's shift the focus back from indoctrination to education. Thank you.
Next speaker, Matthew Hentlian, regarding transgender policy.
I have made a I made a request for an accommodation.
Your request has been granted. You'll see it on your
Okay,
timer.
thank you. Thank you, I appreciate that. There we go, okay. Masculine women and feminine men, which is the rooster and which is the hen? It's so hard to tell the difference these days. What does the transgender policy have to do with the business of education? Nothing. Not one iota of this vapid endeavor has had anything to do with teaching our children. It is purely political, and although some school board members feel that politics belong elsewhere, well, I have news for you. You are knee-deep in it whether you like it or not. Nevertheless, what does all this have to do with preparing our children to be productive members of our community? Absolutely nothing. Therefore, instead of wasting valuable time discussing this absurdity of which bathroom or locker room to use or what pronouns one wants, we should be dealing with rectifying the flaws in the curriculum and how to remedy those issues. I have taken the liberty to review the past proficient count put out by the Virginia Board of Education for Suffolk Public Schools, and as the saying goes, the numbers don't lie. Here are some of the figures which indicate consistent failure in the performance of our children education by the Suffolk Public Schools. Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School, English reading, 502 students with proficiency. Colonel Fred Cherry again, English writing, only 129 can write a sentence. Get down to Forest Glen Middle School, 264 can read with proficiency. Again, Forest Glen, in terms of English writing, only 72 are proficient in writing. We get into, again, John Kennedy Middle School, English reading, 297, they're reading up there. And then John Kennedy Middle School, again, writing, only 82 pass with proficiency. John Yates Middle School, reading, 358 pass with proficiency, and in writing, a paltry 77. There are issues here in the curriculum. The flagship of the Suffolk Public Schools, Kings Fork Public High School, reading is in the stratosphere, 272, and English writing at 275. However, in Kings Fork Middle School, English reading is 575, again in the stratosphere. However, there's a disconnect, writing at 131 past proficiency. I could go on. This is the business of education, not transgender policies. The Achilles heel of Suffolk Public Schools curriculum are in the areas of history and social science, science and English writing. These are key subjects and the performance of our children in this regard is less than stellar. Something is wrong with this, and the pressing matter at present is gender dysphoria? What a joke. The reality here is you don't get to choose your pronouns, you cannot be something you are not, and life's tough, so get a helmet. Vote for the state-recommended guidelines on this ridiculous issue and get back to the business of teaching our children. I thank you for your time.
Next speaker, Keith Webb, concerns with revisions proposed transgender policy.
Good evening. We are hearing more and more sad situations, such as August 24th, 2022, when Wendell Perez from Jacksonville, Florida, and his wife, who have now sued the school district, because their daughter attempted suicide 2 days in a row after meeting with the school counselor about gender identity confusion. Wendell and
Madam
Marie-
Clerk, stop the timer. It's been brought to my attention that you're not Keith Webb.
Okay.
So you're not signed up to speak if that's not your legal name?
It is my legal name.
It is?
It is.
Keith Webb?
I'm sorry?
Keith? Is it because they've been saying Kit for, excuse me. Allow the person at the podium to speak, please. What is the pronunciation of your first name?
My given name, Keith, Keith.
Okay. All right. You may resume, Madam Clerk.
I feel like there's some gender dysphoria going on.
We ask you to bring the chambers back in order. This is your last courtesy. You may proceed.
Wendell and Maria Perez said the school did not inform them about these meetings that their 12-year-old had had and that caused her to hang herself in the bathroom of the school. Earlier tonight, the Grimm case was referred to. That's a court decision from 2018. October 3rd, 2023, Kettle Moran case represents a first of its kind win against schools' gender transition policy to circumvent parents. So last month, the court in Wisconsin, there was a monumental case. The court held that the school district violated parents' constitutional rights to raise their own children by allowing minor students to change gender identity at school without parental consent and even over their objection. The order enjoins the school district from referring to students using a name or pronoun at odds with the student's biological sex while at school without express parental consent. This decision sets a significant precedent that will help achieve greater wins across the country. This victory represents a win for parents' rights. The court confirmed that parents, not educators or school faculty, have the right to decide whether their social transition is in their child's best interest. The decision should be a warning to many school districts across the country with similar policies to exclude parents from gender transition at school. Parents' rights to direct the upbringing and education of their children is one of the most basic constitutional rights every parent holds dear. Yet we are seeing more and more school districts across the country not only ignoring parents' concerns, but actively working against them. The court was right to respect the serious concerns of these parents, which undermines parents and harms children and violates the state constitution. The court upheld the parents' constitutional rights to direct the upbringing of the education of the children under their control, which is protected under the state of Wisconsin and the United States Constitution, includes the right to decide whether a social transition is best for their child. So at the school board, it went to court in 2021. Since that time, in 2023, the decision was made, and the school board, 2 of the school board members had been voted out. The superintendent had retired, and the chairman.
I'm sorry,
So,
your time has expired.
In Suffolk, we've been in court for a long time, and we hope we don't go back to court for the next few years.
Next speaker, James Peel, regarding transgender school policy.
My name is James Peel, and I've lived in Suffolk for over a decade. I would like to speak about the proposed rules on student participation in transgender policy in Suffolk schools. The SBOE final model policies in July 2023 include many of the same guidelines that were in the 2021 version, with the exception that the emphasis is on parents' rights to make the decisions with respect to their children. The policies with each of Virginia's school systems are required to adopt and the model policy require schools to use student names matching the sex on their official record. They also outline that teachers or school personnel may not refer to a student by a different name or pronoun unless parents request the switch in writing. Students are required to use school facilities matching the sex on their official record. This is all according to a Washington Post article that was published in July 18, 2023. The model policy of 2023 states that all, and I emphasize all, students in Virginia deserve to have a parent engaged in their life and to be treated with dignity and respect. And this was stated by Governor Youngkin. The policy is important because every student, especially those female students that are not comfortable with biological males or transgendered males who still retain their male attributes, sharing intimate spaces. It's not fair that these young females are being forced to share intimate spaces while changing their clothes. When the school chooses which student to treat with dignity and respect and forces all others to comply while denying them the same dignity and respect, the model policy has been violated. Accommodations could and should be made for the few who seek accommodations not in alignment with their biological sex and not at the expense of the majority of students. As a grandfather of 6 girls under the age of 14 and all involved in sports, it is not fair to them to be treated with no respect or have their privacy and dignity compromised because of another student who may not be the same biological sex. I am sure that if it were your children being treated this way, you may share my opinion. I am sure that none of you would force or allow your children to shower with a person of the opposite sex in your home. Allowing a policy that does not protect all females, just a few who view themselves as females, is in direct violation of the 2023 model policy published by the State Board of Education. Private accommodations should be encouraged for those who need it so as not to endanger the dignity and respect of the females at birth that would be uncomfortable with persons of male at birth sharing their spaces. Do not repeat the mistakes of 2021 where the school board and staff lost a lawsuit for violating FOIA rules. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening, and I know that I speak for many who are not able to be here.
Next speaker, Angela Kilgore, regarding policies, actions of the board, prayer. Good evening. My journey addressing the Suffolk City School Board started over 2 years ago during the transgender policy and learning that there was a practice in place which was followed by policy. Before this August, I had attended a total of 5 board meetings and requested to speak at 4 of them. 3 out of the 5 meetings I was met with disrespect, humiliated, kicked out, and or escorted out. It seems to be the standard of this board that if you don't like what you are hearing, you kick us out. Then make a new rule. In fact, look at the agenda. It will show that the change regarding prayer is happening, coincidentally, right after I was shut down. See, in August, I was led by the Holy Spirit to pray for our children, schools, and this board. The chair and Attorney Waller shut me down, but God moved when Miss Dacia Smith jumped up and said, "Not today, Satan," and began praying the Lord's Prayer. All I could do is pray with her. After that meeting, my attorney, Mr. Hetzler, with the Founding Freedom Law Firm, reached out to Attorney Waller, who, by the way, was directing the chair's action. The outcome, I was granted a chance to pray tonight in lieu of suing the school board. This board does not get to tell me when or how to pray. You were wrong by shutting me down. You know it, I know it, and now everyone will know it. With the vote on the transgender policy tonight, I'll leave you with this, Matthew 18:6. But whosoever causes one of these little ones who trust in me to stumble, it will be better for him to have a heavy millstone hung around his neck and to be sunk in the depth of the sea. Heavenly Father, we ask that you would grant our school board wisdom as they seek to shape our laws in rapidly shifting and increasing polarized topic. We pray for your mercy on our nation. Please help our leaders to issue good guidance, particularly regarding education in schools. And may they be courageous in pursuing what is right and just, rather than caving into the demands of ideological pressure groups. Please particularly help them to protect parental rights in knowing what their children are being taught and how they are presenting themselves within school. In your precious name we pray, amen. Next speaker, Christine Santsaver, why you should not vote for the transgender policy.
Good evening. I am a voter from the Chuckatuck Borough, and I support the governor's model policy, and I strongly encourage you to adopt it. I do not support the ordinance that is up for a vote. Ladies and gentlemen, a Chihuahua doesn't get to wake up and say, "Hey, I feel like a St. Bernard today." DNA does not change.
You're born female, you die female. You're born male, you die male. In 100 years, if they dig up my bones, they're going to go, she's a female. Nothing I do from the time I'm born till the time I die, no surgery, no chemicals, no matter who I'm with, no matter what I do, is going to change DNA. Amen. Stop encouraging our children to believe a lie, and stop encouraging them to lie to their parents. You would not want your children to lie to you. We deserve the same. Thank you.
That's the last speaker.
The next item of business by the Suffolk City School Board is the reports by the superintendent. Dr. Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. I'm going to call to the podium Ms. Antoinette Dickens, our Communications and Community Engagement Doctor. Our Communications and Community Engagement Coordinator. She's going to do the alumni highlight of Where Are They Now? Also, our Suffolk Public Schools elementary students creatively taking a stance against bullying. Kings Fork High School recognizing Breast Cancer Awareness Month. November's month of the military child. We had several of our schools that were recognized as Purple Star Designation Awards. Suffolk Public School students participating in the Amazon Future Engineers Robotics Camp. Highlights from the John F. Kennedy Middle School ceremonial groundbreaking. Some of our athletic wins, including a 35-7 lead by Kings Fork High School in the first round of playoffs tonight. 2023 Southeastern District champions, our junior district orchestra members from Suffolk Public Schools. A special recognition for Dr. Jolene Neighbors, our fine and performing arts coordinator, and a special grant from SPS College and Career Academy receiving from TC Energy. And then I will close it out with the calendar of special events. Ms. Dickens?
Thank you so much, Dr. Gordon. Good evening, Board Chair Riddick, Vice Chair Howell, if she's still on, and school board members. All right, so we will begin our good news report with our alumni highlight. Tonight we're highlighting Miss Alicia Johnson, Nansemond River and Project Lead the Way graduate who is currently a sophomore at the University of Virginia, double majoring in chemistry and Spanish. So this summer, Ms. Johnson presented research on Alzheimer's disease at the 12th Annual Undergraduate Research Symposium at Vanderbilt Institute of Science and Engineering. Herself and 5 other students presented research on standardizing sample preparation to analyze postmortem brain tissue in Alzheimer's disease. Alicia is a very accomplished student, being an American Chemical Society scholar and the recipient of the Advancing Science Grant for the National Organization for Professional Advanced Black Chemical Engineers and Chemists. Ms. Johnson certainly has worked hard to improve diversity efforts in science at her school, and we are exceptionally proud of this young scholar and happy to know that we help pave the way for her success through the Project Lead the Way Biomedical Sciences program. And it certainly goes to show how important it is to have these programs in Suffolk Public Schools. So we're excited to see what the future lies ahead for this SPS graduate. The month of October was National Bullying Prevention Month, and during this time, as many of us know, the main initiative behind National Bullying Prevention Month is to prevent childhood bullying and promote kindness, acceptance, and inclusion. Tonight, we want to recognize 5 of our elementary students for creatively taking a stance against bullying. These young ladies, with the help of their parents, created a skit for a YouTube video that shows how bullying can impact others. And you can watch this skit on YouTube. It's called New Neighbor Gets Bullied, Instant Regret. We are so proud of these young people for having their own mind and thinking for themselves, which are direct quotes from their video, to bring awareness to bullying and encouraging and empowering their peers to think before they act. So I do want each of these young ladies to come to the podium to be recognized when I call their names. Second grader at Elephants Fork Elementary, Skylar Beckett. Fourth grader at Oakland Elementary, Zoe Booth. And her sister in pre-K, Kayla Booth. Third grader at Booker T. Washington, Layla Watkins. And second grader at Mac Ben Jr. Elementary, Ajati Richardson.
Good job. Okay, let me get your hand. Okay. Good job. Great job. Excellent work. Okay, I'm looking for Ajati. Who's Ajati? Right here. Okay, Kayla. Good job. Kayla. Right. Good job, Kayla. Good job, Kayla. Zoe. Here you go. Good job, Zoe. Skylar. Yeah, that's you. That's right. And Layla. Okay, excellent. We're gonna get y'all to pose for the cameras. Both of those cameras right there. Okay.
Right here. All right, I'm gonna take 3 shots, okay? All right, big smile. 1, 2, 3. Second one. 1, 2, 3. And last one, big smile. 1, 2, and 3. Awesome. Congrats.
Good job. Y'all go back to your seats now, okay? Great job.
The month of October was also Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and several schools across the division held various events to bring awareness to breast cancer and to honor those we've lost, support those fighting, and celebrate all survivors. We would especially like to recognize Ms. Shamika Council, teacher at Kings Fork High School, along with the Kings Fork High School Watchdog Club, it's a student club at the school, and the Suffolk Police Department for hosting the 5th annual Breast Cancer Survivor Ceremony. November is the month of the military family, so we congratulate John Yates Middle School, Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School, and Florence Bowser Elementary School for receiving the Virginia Purple Star designation, which is awarded to military-friendly schools that have demonstrated a major commitment to military students and their families. And these 3 schools join Northern Shores Elementary School as a Virginia Distinguished Purple Star School in our division. Amazon's Robotics Fulfillment Center here in Suffolk hosted an Amazon Future Engineer Robotics Camp for select high school students in Hampton Roads. Several Suffolk Public Schools students attended the camp, which included a robotics activity led by students in the Hampton University Robotics Program, followed by Q&A with the Virginia Secretary of Education. So our Suffolk students were also able to eat lunch with an Amazon roboticist and ended the camp with a behind-the-scenes tour of the Robotics Fulfillment Center. So we want to thank Amazon for providing this opportunity to our students and for introducing them to different career paths. Last weekend, we celebrated a momentous occasion, the ceremonial groundbreaking of John F. Kennedy Middle School, symbolizing the official start of construction on this project. And several of you all, our school board members, of course, were in attendance, along with the JFK administrative team, a few of our department heads, our city mayor, and members of our city council, and our current JFK students, as well as JFK High School alumni. So we want to shout out Dr. Whiting, our Director of Food Services, for his wonderful breakfast spread of assorted items, Dr. Brown's team for providing clear book bags for our students, and of course, the Director of Education for the United Way of Southampton Roads, Ms. Sierra Chavis, who has shown up and shown out once again for Suffolk Public Schools like she always does. She came out to provide free books to the community. So we want to thank all those individuals, and the new JFK building is set to open fall 2026. We do have a few athletic wins, shout outs A shout out to our high school athletic team, Nansemond River High School cheerleaders, who will advance to the state competition after winning the Region 5B Cheer Championship. The Warrior Field Hockey team will also be advancing to the state quarterfinals competition after winning the Region 5B Championship. And Nansemond River High School student Elijah Oliver is the winner of the 2023 Virginia Silver Glove State Championship in boxing. Two teams are this year's 2023 Southeastern District champs, the Nansemond River varsity field hockey team and the Kings Fork High School varsity football team, who had their first ever 10-0 undefeated season in the history of the school. We also want to recognize tonight our members of the Junior District Orchestra for Suffolk Public Schools. We have Ms. Laura Lee McBriar from Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School, Alexander Nelson from Colonel Fred Cherry, Imani Farabee from Colonel Fred Cherry, Ryan Ball, Colonel Fred Cherry, Ruby Joyner, Colonel Fred Cherry, Melanie Fisher, Colonel Fred Cherry, and Aaliyah Ward, Colonel Fred Cherry. We also have Ms. Chloe Rush from Forest Glen, Olivia Hickok from Forest Glen, and Aiden Knapp from Forest Glen, and Mackenzie Reynolds from John Yates Middle School. And the Junior District Orchestra includes students from Portsmouth, Chesapeake, and Isle of Wight. The Virginia Music Educators Association has established an awards program that recognizes service, achievements, and contributions to music education. The purpose of the award is to recognize the outstanding achievements and contributions of people who have a positive impact on their profession. Congratulations to our Coordinator of Fine and Performing Arts, Dr. Jolene Neighbors, who has been instrumental in the growth and development of our Fine and Performing Arts division-wide. If you've ever met her, you'll see she is a visionary force in the world of arts and education and is truly committed to fostering creativity and talent amongst our young people. Dr. Neighbors has an impressive career that both stage performance and classroom expertise, and she is an established and prominent figure in the arts community. She has made significant contributions that extend far beyond traditional education and performance, leaving an incredible mark on her students, her community, and the broader fields of arts education. Dr. Neighbors, thank you for all that you do for our students here in Suffolk Public Schools, and congratulations on being the 2023 Virginia Music Educators Association Outstanding Administrator.
Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, ready? And 3 shots. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Last one. 1, 2, and 3. Perfect. Thank you.
Say a couple words to the board. I'll leave that right there for you.
Thank you so much.
So proud of you. And introduce your kids.
Thank you. So members of the school board, I'm still shocked, and I'm very humbled by all of this. When I found out last week, one of the first things I said to Dr. Bird was, you know how much I love what I do, so this means a lot. I love the kids in Suffolk, I love kids in general, and I think all students should have the access to music, art, and theater, whatever it is that helps them to become a more well-rounded, good human, and to be creative and to explore. I have to tell you, I'm very thrilled tonight. My parents are here, Marion and Joyce Neighbors. Some of you know this. I literally grew up sitting behind the organ at church. My mother's been playing in church since she was 13. She is 86. I'm proud of your age. And she still plays. And so it comes very, very honestly. And my father put a a love of some very creative music, and we used to ride around, and I used to go with him to farm visits and listen to music, so it's very deep in my blood. And my brother, who is a retired Suffolk Public Schools educator, is here, and he is also a musician. So music is very deep in my family. And somewhere in the internet, my daughter is watching in Memphis, Tennessee, where she works for a professional theater company. And Savannah, I love you. I know you're watching, and I miss you. But that means a lot to me. So thank you for putting it into my heart very early. And thank you for all the kids that I've been able to work with. So thank you again. Again, I love what I do. I love the arts in Suffolk. Thank you for supporting it. You got a little taste of it tonight. So we're just going to keep moving onward and upward. So thank you all. I appreciate it.
Tonight, we also would like to highlight our October teacher spotlight. So we have Scott Dembski from John Yates Middle School, Angela Whitehead from John Yates Middle School, Jamie Hockaday from Creekside Elementary, Dr. Amanda Carmelitano from Kings Fork High School, Agatha Jackson from Northern Shores Elementary, Christy Fowler from Hill Point, Jennifer Banks and Brianna Overdiep from Oakland Elementary, Trenton Dusso from Kings Fork Middle, and Kara Dorsey from Kings Fork High School. These individuals, again, are our teacher spotlights for the month of October. And last but not least, the College and Career Academy at Pruden received a $15,000 grant from TC Energy. The school does plan to use the grant money to fund new equipment and materials for CCAP, such as mannequins for the EMT program and special equipment for cosmetology courses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickens. For our calendar of special events, as we all know, November is our National Native American Heritage Month. I'm sorry that you all have seen the great displays of our communications and community engagement team on all of our social media, highlighting our partnerships, and a video that I recently did to celebrate Native American Heritage Month. Tomorrow is Veterans Day. Thank you to all of our veterans for your service. For November 10th, this is why we are so excited about the Purple Star recognition. A resolution that the school board will vote on will be carried out hopefully later on in the meeting that solidify that Purple Star recognition from the Virginia Department of Education. November 15th is Educational Support Professionals Day. November 17th is Substitute Educators Day, but more importantly, it is also Report Card Day. For all of our parents and students, make sure that you are checking out your students' grades on November 17th. Fall break is coming up where all schools and departments are closed from November 22nd to the 24th. National Special Education Day is December 2nd. We have a joint school board and city council meeting at 3 p.m. at City Hall where we'll be discussing aspects of city development, our capital improvement plans, and the future of Suffolk Public Schools. Our SPS Pharmacy open house and ribbon cutting ceremony will be December 7th, an open window from 3 to 6 p.m. Our next school board meeting is December 14th. We definitely want to take the time to remind all of our staff that please use this time during fall break for rest and relaxation. As we've already seen with our Attendance Matters campaign and many incentives that we've put into place, it is officially cold and flu season. So we do want to remind all of our students and staff, please wash your hands. Please take care of yourselves. We need to make sure we maintain that 95% threshold for the remainder of the year. Today, Dr. Brooks Buck, Mr. Waller, Dr. Branch, Dr. Shaka Miller, Assistant Principal at Kings Fork High School, and Dr. Tanya Sproul, also Assistant Principal at Kings Fork High School, participated and attended in support of Ms. Karen Jenkins, a wonderful service for her mother, Ms. Dora Hobson. I also want to thank you, Ms. Jenkins. The grant that Ms. Dickens just mentioned from TC Energy was from your network and one of your connections. Thank you to Mr. Skinner and to Ms. Connie Burgess for making sure that that was carried out. We're definitely going to use that grant money to use at CCAP. Earlier today, we asked many of our school board members to get here a little bit early, as we had a nice combination and celebration, a collaboration between our Food Nutrition Services Program and our Fine and Performing Arts Department. 2 of our elementary students from Kilby Shores Elementary have designed the latest design on our food supply trucks. Special thank you to Hannah and Shanning for their artwork. We took great pictures with them, and we had them autograph the trucks. And this just shows the artwork. And one of the things when I spoke to one of their little brothers, I said, you now have some big shoes to fill, as it's obvious that creativity definitely runs in your family. That is all for the Good News Report and calendar special events, Mr. Riddick.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Our next item of business is our consent agenda. Board Member Brooks Buck. Is there a second? The motion has been made by Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck and second by Board Member Byram. Any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Our next item of business is unfinished business, but before we dive into unfinished business, what I'm going to do is do a 10-minute recess. We've been here for quite some time. Some of us have to go and relieve ourselves. So we're going to do a recess.
Connection tonight, I hope.
No, I wish we did. I'm sorry, my mic is still.
Mr. Littlefield, you ready? The Suffolk City Public School Board meeting will now be called back into session. Where we left off on the agenda is our first item under unfinished business. Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask that you would read not the full ordinance, but read the description on the agenda, and then we'll see if there's a motion, second, and go forward with our protocol after that point.
Ordinance 23/24-14, an ordinance amending Chapter 1, Article 6, Section 1-6.2:1, entitled Definitions, Discrimination, Harassment, and Bullying Prohibited, Student Privacy and Confidentiality Required, Use of Name and Gender Pronouns, Legal Name and Sex at Birth Required on School Records, Dress and Grooming Codes, Segregating Students Prohibited, Access to Restrooms, Locker Rooms, and Changing Facilities, Professional Development and Training, Superintendent to Develop Guidelines, Transgender Policy of the Policies of Suffolk City School Board, second reading.
Is there a motion to approve or deny? The motion has been made to approve by Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck. Is there a second? Has been properly seconded by Board Member Byram. We've had enough time to discuss back and forth, but is there any brief discussion? Board Member Slinglow?
Last month, we tabled this policy in order to continue a discussion. It was encouraged to have a discussion with the citizens of Suffolk, as well as with other board members. After that meeting, I made a request for a work session so we could delve more deeply into this policy, which was ignored. Additionally, I've been involved with 3 town halls. I held a town hall myself in Eclipse. Last week, Vice Chair Howell and I held a town hall in Herborough and Driver, and I've also participated in a town hall with Dr. Brittingham in order to hear from the citizens. And I can say without a doubt that not one parent has told me that they would like for children of the opposite sex to share the bathroom with their children. I can also say without a doubt that not one parent has told me that they would like the school to have the subjective option of determining when they are to be informed regarding anything concerning their children. Based upon this policy, which states that students can use bathrooms according to their gender identity, as well as the fact that in over 5 places in this policy, there are exceptions at the discretion of the school system to determine whether a child might be put at risk if the parents were informed. I cannot support this policy, and I recommend to my fellow board members that you also consider the ramifications of adopting this policy. Just last month, we listened to a presentation that emphasized tardiness within our schools. And I know that it was mentioned that when a student is tardy the first time, or late, or absent, we're quick to reach out to the parents. The second time, quick to reach out to the parents. I know that if a student was struggling in class, we would reach out to the parents. Under both of those circumstances, it's not the duty of the school system to determine whether the parents would be upset at their student for missing class or for failing grades. There's no room for us to be subjectively determining preemptively if a parent is going to respond negatively to the news that their child is struggling with gender dysphoria. And the school system does not have the right to stand in between the parents and the students in this decision.
I want to take this time to provide clarity on some misinformation that Board Member Slinglow just gave regarding her request for a work session. Pursuant to board policy, When an item is requested to be on the agenda, you poll the board. The board was polled. I did the poll myself. There was one board member who objected to it, and all it takes is for one, and then it comes to a full board discussion. Well, the request to have it as a work session item came too late because we're already on the second reading of it, where we're going to have action on it. To put it under new business on this agenda to have discussion, to add it to a work session that happens at 5 o'clock of the same day of the 7 o'clock meeting is once again policy not being complied with. So it was not ignored. It was just requested too late. This is something that I did express as far as when it was asked when it was going to be put on the agenda. Saturday, there was a conversation between Vice Chair and I when she stated that she went back to the policy as far as how things were to be done. So it was not ignored. The request just came too late. I do applaud the board members who did have town halls in their barrel, but right now we're ready to do some business and move forward. Board Member Brittingham.
I too agree with everything that Board Member Slingloff said. I am in opposition of the revisions that are getting ready to be voted on. We need to follow the model policy. The law is the law. We don't get to pick and choose when we want to follow the law.
Thank you, Board Member Brooks-Buck. Dr. Brooks-Buck.
When we speak in terms of the law is determined by the courts, not by the governor. The law was determined in the Grimm case and settled by the Fourth Circuit. It is in place. It was followed before Governor Northam made a decision. And even though that narrative has been espoused inappropriately and untruthfully, we made a decision based on the case. The dates are in our policy manual. If you look at them, you'll see what the truth is. Because as we tout our Christian values, bearing false witnesses is a problem. Bearing false witness is a problem. And we have some folks who are just determined to bear false witness. I don't care how many times you repeat it, the truth is the truth. And a lie is a lie. We followed what the court said we were supposed to follow when we established a policy. We do not have time, and we do not indoctrinate children. We do not change the sex of children in school. We don't do that. We are busy doing the work of the board, the work of the schools, and following the curriculum. We honestly do. When children stand up and tell us what they believe, I believe we ought to listen to it. The other thing that I find, praise the Lord. Now, we can move back to our discussion. The truth is that students have told us how they feel. You listen to your borough, I listen to mine. People from my borough have come and they have spoken about how they feel. Students from my borough have spoken about how they feel. I listen to mine as well. And I have not received calls to say what you have said. So I listen to my borough. I also listen to the fact that we have rules in place. Nobody is forced, and that story will not get out whether you tape it or not. Nobody is forced to use a shower with anyone. Any student, and this policy has been in place since 2021, any student who objects to being in a bathroom, in a shower, in a locker room, anywhere, has the right to just go to someone and say, I don't want to use that bathroom with whomever. That's all they have to do. They don't have to make an announcement, sign a pledge, tell anybody. Just go and say, I want to go somewhere else to go to the restroom. That story won't get out because it's not the truth. So please stop saying that. Now, this has been in discussion for months. We didn't just start doing this, and I don't mean the last 2 months. We've had this policy change for quite some time, and we have discussed it and discussed it and discussed it. And there's one other group, the parents of transgender children, who have not been here to speak before us, it's like they don't have any rights. They do. And we don't have a right to insult their children or their family decisions, in my opinion. Thank you. I yield back.
Madam Clerk, if there's no more additional discussion, Madam Clerk, there's a motion on the floor to approve the ordinance. Could you move forward with our vote process?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
No.
Motion passed. Next item, Ordinance 23/24-15. An ordinance amending Chapter 1, Article 5, Section 1-5.9, entitled Filing a Formal Complaint of Discrimination, Investigation, Action by Superintendent, Appeal of the Policies of the Suffolk City School Board, second reading.
Before any action is taken on this ordinance, is there any objection to us taking the remaining of the ordinances together, or is there anyone in particular you would like to have a discussion about? Board Member Slingloff? Hold, you got to make sure your mic is on. There we go.
I would like to take several of them individually, so if we can just go through them, I would appreciate it.
Okay, that's fine. Board Member Dr. Brittingham? You got to stop hitting the button.
Yes, I agree with Board Member Slingloff. I would like to do that.
Okay. All right, there's an ordinance on the floor. Is there a motion to approve or deny? Move to approve. Is there a second? The motion has been properly made by Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck and properly seconded by Board Member Byram. Any discussion?
Yes, thank you, Board Chair. There have been changes to this policy, and it's with timelines. And as I look at this timeline, it was changed from number of school days to number of calendar days. And the inequity with this is that the compliance officer, the superintendent, and the board have all received additional time should there be a case of discrimination that is filed by an employee. However, the inequity in this is the fact that the employee, if the employee feels discriminated against, their timeline for filing a complaint has been cut down from a total of 9 weeks to 6 weeks. I feel that if the board and the superintendent and the compliance officer have been given additional time to do their part, that there should be additional time for or at least the minimal time that was given prior to this change for the employee to also file the grievance.
Okay. Board Member Brittingham?
Thank you. The changes are inequitable. It is already hard enough for an employee to come forward if they are feeling discriminated or if they're in a toxic work environment or feel abused. To take time away from them in that process is discriminatory and unequitable. Thank you.
I'm sorry. When we discussed this in the Policy Review Committee, we asked if there was a certain number of days that anybody thought would be equitable and fair. There were no days recommended. We just we asked if 60 days, if 90 days, if 30 days, there had to be some set limit on when we would do what we would need to do. And so we established a number of days. We could not find any kind of issue that made this any more fair to one person or the other. If you have a concern, then there had to be some set limit on when you presented your complaint. Either side has the same number of days to listen, to hear, to review, whatever. We did not see that as we reviewed this policy in the committee as being unfair or unbalanced to either party.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Brooks-Buck. Board Member Slingloff.
Thank you again. If the policy was changed so that there's additional time that's granted for compliance if need be, or for the superintendent or for the board, I'm not understanding why the original 45 school days, which equates to 9 weeks, was then knocked down to 45 calendar days, which is approximately 6 weeks for the employee. If we're just changing semantics and words in this policy, I'm not sure why that was knocked down when everything else was increased. The other thing that I find to be challenging with this policy is when it states that when the decision was made, that there's a certain amount of time for the complainant to respond. If it's not certified mail, if there's not some tracking that proves when a complainant received the decision, and then their timeline starts when the decision's made, I think that we need to have all correspondences in something like this to be done via certified mail to determine an actual timeline. So when it comes to the board for review, we're not told, well, he got it this day or they got it that day. There should be something concrete for us to evaluate it on.
I concur with the certified mail piece. However, we are not here to rewrite the policy. We have a motion on the floor as to if we're going to vote it up or down. And if we're going to pick apart each policy, we had ample time to do so. That's the whole purpose of our policy review committee and the purpose of having 3 people on the policy review committee, so it would weed out some of the issues that we have. Me personally, although I do understand your point and I agree with you that all correspondence and regarding anything regarding the grievance process is certified mail requiring a signature would be ideal. However, the motion that's on the floor is to approve the policy as presented, or we can deny the policy as presented. Is there a wish for the board to move forward to a vote? Because we're just really kicking the can at this point.
On the floor.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a motion to end the debate and go to vote, or? Okay, Board Member Brittingham.
I'd like to make a motion to amend this, and instead of putting this to a vote, that we send it back to policy review and add the things that we said would probably be helpful to make this a more robust policy.
I would challenge that motion, and I make a motion that we end the debate. The reason that I do, Mr. Chairman, is that this has been in for reading, 30 days. It has been in for review, an additional 30 days. This is 60 days. And we've had the Policy Review Committee look at it already.
So the applicable way to handle this situation is for us to vote on the amendment as to whether we want to approve the amendment or reject the amendment. After that decision is determined, then we go back to the original motion that's on the floor. So, or Attorney Waller, did I correct me if I?
You've had a second to that amendment. You need a second.
It's been seconded by Board Member Slingler. So there's a second for the amendment. So what I would like for us to do now is to move forward to vote on the amendment to send this policy, this ordinance, back to the Policy Review Committee. Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. All right, so this is going back to the committee, and this is how our policies work. This is what the protocol is supposed to do. If there's a policy coming before the board that you disagree with, you can exercise the rules just as Board Member Brittingham has done, had a second, take it to a vote, and go from there. The next policy, Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 23/24-16, an ordinance amending Chapter 1, Article 6, Section 1-6.12, entitled Abusive Work Environments Prohibited. Retaliation against employees who make allegations also prohibited, of the policies of the Suffolk City School Board, second reading.
Okay, is there a motion to approve? Board Member Slingloff?
I motion that we send it back to the Policy Review Committee for the same reasons the last policy with regards to the timeline and also the certified mail.
Is there a second? It's been made, the motion that's been made to send the policy back to the Policy Review Committee by Board Member Slingloff and second by Board Member Dr. Brittingham. At this time, we will have discussion. Dr. Brooks-Buck.
Since we are living in an age of electronics, all we have to do is have a red receipt for an employee who sends in something. Certified mail is a useful tool, but all you have to do is send an email back with a red receipt, and that gives you a documented file. And I would suggest that we use that. Now, we can send all these policies back and review them for another 60 days and get nothing done, and that would be fine if we want to do that, because another 60 days will not change the fact that either we come up with a timeline for doing the work or we don't.
I understand.
And that's just my opinion, and everybody has one. But we're not going to accomplish any purpose by sending all the policies back to the Policy Review Committee if we have no time set for when we have this done.
I understand your stance. At this time, is there any additional board member comment? Board Member Brittingham.
So the rationale behind the certified mail is that we have a paper trail, not just with us, but with the post office. So there's not a he said, she said situation. There's it was mailed on this day, it was received on this day, and the post office is actually a third party that is not involved in that squabble. So.
Is there any additional discussion regarding this matter? There being none, Madam Clerk. The motion on the floor, Madam Clerk.
Is to send send ordinance 23/24-16 back to the committee for revision of a timeline and certified mail. Board members, please vote. Ms. Howell?
Yes.
Motion failed.
Next ordinance. Okay. Well, is there a motion to approve the policy or deny the policy as presented to the board? Is there a second? All right, is there any? Board Member Slingloff?
I have a question. The reason why it was the same as the last one is because this policy actually refers to the last policy. So Attorney Waller, will this policy, if it's approved, be contingent upon the details that are approved in the last policy?
You already have in place policy 1-5.9. So what will end up happening is if this one is approved, the current policy 1-5.9 would be that which would apply.
And then if it's amended or changed and comes back, then it will still be applicable with the changes?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
There's been a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote.
Could you also recall the motion?
The motion was to approve ordinance 23/24-16 as written. Board Member Howell?
No.
Motion passed.
Next ordinance.
Ordinance 23/24-17, an ordinance amending Chapter 1, Article 8, Section 1-8.7, entitled Comprehensive Plan Required of the Policies of the Suffolk City School Board, second reading.
Is there a second? Motion has been properly made by Board Member Brooks Buck, and properly seconded by Board Member Byram. Is there any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell? Board Member Howell, can you hear me?
Yes.
Is that your
Yes
vote?
and yes.
Okay, thank you. Motion passed.
Next ordinance.
Ordinance 23/24-18, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2.2-2.1, entitled Powers and Duties Generally of the Policies of the Suffolk City School Board, second reading.
The motion has been properly made by Board Member Brooks Buck, second by Board Member Byram. Is there any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Next ordinance.
Ordinance 23/24-19, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-2.7, entitled School Board Standing Committees, Foundations, Special Committees of the Policies of Suffolk City School Board, second reading.
Is there a motion to approve? The motion has been made by Board Member Brooks Buck and second by Board Member Byram. Is there any discussion? Board Member Slingloff?
Well, I have to object because it states in here that the board chair can remove another board member from any committee without the board approval, and I believe that's overreach of the role of the board chair.
Is there any additional discussion? Board Member Brittingham?
Yes, I don't like the overreach that is being implicated in this policy. I think it gives the chair way too much power when it comes to committees.
Any additional discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Next ordinance.
Ordinance 23/24-20, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 4, Section 2-2.2-4.2, entitled Meeting Participation by Electronic Communication and Definitions, when allowed, must be recorded in minutes, quorum required, limit on number of meetings for personal reasons when state of emergency declared by governor of the policies of the Suffolk City School Board, second reading.
The motion has been properly made by Board Member Brooks Buck and properly seconded by Board Member Byram. Is there any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Are you all able to see it? Are you all able to vote?
Yes.
Why can't I see it on my end? Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Next ordinance.
Ordinance 23/24-22, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 8, Section 2-8.2, entitled Late Appearances Define Notice Requirement of the Policies of the Suffolk City School Board, second reading.
Is there a motion to approve or deny? Is there a second? Motion has been made by Board Member Brooks Buck, second by Board Member Byram. Is there any discussion? Board Member Brittingham?
I struggle with this policy because we are now infringing upon people's First Amendment rights. We are making decisions about who can and cannot come and speak in this public hearing. I know that Attorney Waller has said to us that it is a limited forum. I'm not in agreement with that. I don't believe that we should be hindering who can come and speak in front of the board.
Any additional discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
No.
Motion passed.
Next ordinance.
Ordinance 23/24-23, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 8, Section 2-8.3, entitled Public Speakers Before the School Board of the Policies of the Suffolk City School Board, second reading.
Is there a motion to approve or deny? Motion has been made by Board Member Brooks Buck. Is there a second? Motion has been properly seconded by Board Member Byram. Is there any discussion? Board Member Brittingham?
Again, I believe that we are infringing on people's First Amendment rights. I don't agree with the preamble that we put forth before commentary time. I think it's wrong. And I think as board members, we need to just suck it up, Buttercup. People that are going to come and talk to us and tell us how they feel about things. And I don't think that we should limit what they say. Yes, they should have to come and speak and not cuss at us, but I don't think that we should be defining what they can and can't do during that time.
Is there any additional discussion? Board Member Brooks Buck?
In my opinion, this is a business meeting, and it's a business meeting that should be conducted with some sense of civility in order to accomplish the business of the board. And sometimes it's gotten to a point where it's comedic, and it should not be. In order to accomplish that business, we need to conduct ourselves in a certain manner, and that has not been the case on some occasions. We can sit here until after midnight and perform in ways that are not conducive to conducting the business of the board. It's not a public meeting for performances for YouTube or whatever. It is a business meeting, and I think it should be held that way. And these are minimal standards for any meeting. In the same chamber, these kinds of standards are held on Wednesday nights without complaint. So I don't know why on Thursday night something happens and it has to change. That's just my opinion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any additional discussion, board members? There being none, Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Next ordinance.
Ordinance 23/24-24, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 9, Section 2.2-9.2, entitled Definitions of the Policies of the Suffolk City School Board, second reading.
Motion has been made by Board Member Brooks Bucks, properly seconded by Board Member Byram. Is there any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Next and final ordinance under unfinished business.
Ordinance 23/24-25, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 9, Section 2-9.3 entitled Special Nepotism Rules regarding school board members and superintendent, limited exception, student-teacher employment, direct supervisory and/or administrative relationship prohibited of the policies of the Suffolk City School Board, second reading.
Motion has been properly made by Board Member Brooks Buck, properly seconded by Board Member Byram. Is there any discussion? Board Member Brittingham?
Yes, I believe that this is opening us up for a conflict of interest. I don't think it's a good idea to add what we're adding into this. So,
Is there any additional discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
The next item on the agenda is new business. Madam Clerk, we're going to move forward with the same format for our new business. Prior to the action that we have to take, we have a presentation regarding the appropriation increase number 2023-2024. Dr. Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. I'm going to call to the podium our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Wendy Forsman, to discuss appropriation increase number 1 with adjustments in the 23-24 budget based on the $2 million that has been appropriated by the city, as well as new mandates for a mid-year raise based on information that's come from the General Assembly as well as Governor Youngkin. Ms. Forsman?
Good evening, Chairman Riddick. School board members, excuse my voice, I'm sorry. We wanted to give you some updates on our budget as we move from when we adopted our budget to all the things that have happened since then, both at the state level and at the local level here. So as you know, I'm going to take us back to where we ended and where we adopted our budget. We adopted our budget based on the skinny budget that the General Assembly put forward and the governor signed on 3/23 of 23, and the final count tool that came out on April 7th. The city appropriated $2 million less than we had originally requested on 5/3, and then this is what our budget looked like as we adopted it, and you can see the numbers there. I won't read all that to you. And with that, we had 16.4 additional positions put in that budget. I just wanted to remind you of what those were as we move forward. So because we were less in the budget and we didn't have a good budget from the state, we went and asked the state if we could use some CARES 3 money to have some positions for teacher assistants to help our schools and support our teachers. And so they agreed to allow us to hire 62 grant-funded teacher assistants. And so that came into play in June of this year. Then finally, in September, the governor signed the full budget, and it included two pieces. One, $5.7 million, almost $5.8 million in all-in funding that you received a presentation last month from Dr. Branch on, and that is in the grants fund. And then $1.7 million for a staff 2% mid-year raise. Little complicated to do a raise mid-year for us, as you know, but I'll explain a little bit more at the end, and I've given some examples at the end so that the public can kind of understand how this works, because we have people who work 10 months, people who work 11 months, people who work 12 months, and it's very different for each of those groups. The General Assembly, however, and I will warn you, they did not adjust the sales tax estimates. Originally, the sales tax estimate on a 6-month basis shows that we would be down as much as $4.6 million in the current budget. I'd like to remind you that the General Assembly does not make up that money if it does not come in. So if we do not receive sales tax money, the General Assembly does not make that money up. So I alerted Dr. Gordon to this. We wrote some letters some emails and some things to the state to say, hey, you need to look at this as part of your budget. They did not do that. And when we look at just the first quarter of this year, we have an estimated shortfall of 1.2 out of the first quarter. So I'm watching this very closely every month. We're watching every expense. We're trying to make sure that we know exactly what's going to come in that sales tax money, and we're watching it extremely closely this year. Then in October, the City Council wonderfully appropriated $2 million more to us for the sinkholes. As you know, the sinkholes have been a huge issue for us. We've spent well over $2 million in the last 12 months on sinkholes. Every day, it seems like we're getting another email saying that there are more sinkholes. So they appropriated $1,020,000 for us for sinkholes. And then they also appropriated enough money for us to hire the 28 safety, security, and support positions that we had in our original request to them to help our schools with safety. So that was the $2 million and the use of the $2 million. Tonight, we're asking you to vote on that, to appropriate that. They've appropriated it to us. It's your turn to vote to bring it into our budget. But we also wanted to talk a little bit about the state money because that comes in January and we meet in December, but everything has to be in place by January. So we didn't want to come to you late in December and give you something for 2 weeks later. So we wanted to give you some time. So the state money for the raise, they provided a January 1st effective 2% raise, which basically means for the remainder of everyone's contract, they'll receive that effective raise. The cost is $1.7 million, and we hope that the City Council will vote to appropriate this to us along with the $5.7 million of all-in money on November 15th. So the all-in program, as Dr. Branch told you, was $5.7 million, 70% for tutoring, 20% for literacy, and 10% for attendance. And again, we hope that the City Council will vote to appropriate that to us on November 15th. We will come back to you in December to ask you to increase our budget accordingly in the grants budget and the operating budget once we get the ordinance from the city. But the state has approved this plan. I believe it was last week, Dr. Gordon, right, that approved this plan. So we are already beginning to put the plan in place, and folks are beginning to put their plans of what they're going to do at the school level in place to meet the requirements of this plan. So when we do all of this and we put all these amendments in, here is what your budget will look like. And so you have $188 million in the operating fund, $35.6 million in the grant fund, and $9.5 million in the Food Nutritional Services Fund for a total of $233.5 million, or a 0.26% difference from last year. Now, when we talked about the raises, this is what I want to help everyone understand. A 10-month employee works from September to June. So January to June is 6 of their 10 months. If you take the 2% times 60% of their contract, it's a 1.2 effective raise for the remainder of their contract. For 10-month employees and 11-month employees, if you remember, they get summer pay. So we take money out of their check all year towards their summer pay. I want to make it really, really clear that normally their summer pay is equal to the checks that they've received all year. It is not going to be that way this year because we only have 6 months of the new amount and 4 months of the old amount. If we were to take more money out of their checks to make that up for the summer, they would receive a check less in January through June than they did in September to December, and we do not want to do that to anyone. So their summer pay will not be the same as their current checks from January to June. It will be a blended rate of the September through December and January through June rate. So I want to make that really, really clear so people understand and not look for that exact same paycheck in the summer. The same thing with the 11-month employees, although they're working 6 of 11 months, and so they will receive a 1.1% effective raise because theirs is 55%. Again, 11-month employees receive a check in July. They receive 2 checks in July, which is their summer pay because their contract runs August 1 through June 30th. And so again, their July payments won't be exactly the same as their January through June paychecks. For 12-month employees, it's a little bit easier. It's 50% or 1% effective raise, and there is no summer pay involved, so it's a little bit easier to do. But I wanted to make sure that was clear, and if anybody had any questions, I was able to answer those. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to entertain them at this time.
Board members, this is an opportunity for us to ask whatever questions we may have pertaining to the presentation that was just presented. Are there any additional questions or comments at this time? There being none, this is an action item. Is there a motion to approve? Is there a second? The motion has been properly made by Board Member Byron, properly seconded by Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck. Any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
The next item of business is another action item, and that's the Citizens Advisory Committee member update. Is there a motion to approve? Is there, okay. The motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
The next item on the agenda is the Virginia Department of Education authorization of signatures in the absence of the division superintendent. This is also an action item. Is there a motion to approve or deny?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made by Board Member Brooks Buck, second by Board Member Byron. Any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
The next item on the agenda is item number 4 on the new business, 2024-2025 proposed courses. This is an action item on the follow-up from our work session today. Is there a motion on the floor to approve or deny?
I move that we approve the proposed courses.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been properly made by Board Member Byron, properly seconded by Board Member Brooks Buck. Is there any discussion? Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is Resolution 23/24-16, a resolution supporting military children and families adopted by the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia. Is there a motion to approve or deny?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion has been properly made by Board Member Brooks Buck, seconded by Board Member Byron. Any discussion? Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is item number 6, Resolution 23/24-17, a resolution of the Suffolk School Board for the City of Suffolk, Virginia, honoring the life of Mr. Paris D. Carson for his faithful commitment and dedication in enriching the lives of the children in the City of Suffolk and beyond. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been properly made by Board Member Byron and properly seconded by Board Member Jenkins. Any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. The next item on the agenda,
I'm sorry. Are you going to do the presentation?
oh, yes, I apologize. We're going to ask the Carson family if they could come down.
Resolution number 23/24-17, a resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia, honoring the life of Paris D. Carson for his faithful commitment and dedication in enriching the lives of children in the city of Suffolk and beyond. Whereas Paris D. Carson, Paris, attended East Suffolk High School and later attended Elizabeth City State University, where he graduated in 1964 with a Bachelor's of Science degree in biology, attended Virginia State University, where he graduated in 1974 with a Master's in Education, and then to the University of Virginia, where he received a Certificate of Advanced Studies in 1975. And whereas while attending Elizabeth City State University, Paris pledged Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated and was instrumental in shaping the lives of many young men and leading them to the brotherhood. And whereas Paris was passionate about education and supporting young men and women to pursue their dreams. And whereas Paris had a distinguished career as an educator with Suffolk Public Schools, Portsmouth Public Schools, and Isle of Wight County Public Schools. He taught science at East Suffolk High School, 1964 to 1965, at John F. Kennedy High School, 1965 to 1969, at Churchland Junior High School and Manor High School, 1969 to 1979. Became the first African-American principal at the newly built Smithfield High School, 1979 to 1988. Was principal at John F. Kennedy High School, 1988 to 1990. Became the first principal at the newly constructed Nansemond River High School, 1990 to 1991, and then Assistant Superintendent for Suffolk Public Schools, 1991 to 1997. And whereas, in addition to his distinguished career in public education, Paris was a Southern Board Peanut District and Central Intercollegiate Athletic Association, CIAA, basketball referee, as well as a neutral observer for the Mid-Eastern Atlantic Conference, MEAC, for many years. And whereas, following his retirement from Suffolk Public Schools, Paris could be found on the golf course in rain, sleet, or snow throughout the year. And whereas Paris was married to Winnie Sears Carson for 56 years. And whereas by his stellar career in public education and his involvement in civic and recreational activities in the city of Suffolk and beyond, Paris touched the lives of countless individuals who will be forever indebted to him for his words of encouragement and unfailing devotion that allowed them to reach their fullest potential. And whereas throughout his life, Paris exemplified a quote by John C. Maxwell, "Leading is not about enriching yourself, it's about empowering others." And whereas Paris departed this earthly life on October 12, 2023, after having fought a good fight and finishing his course. Be it therefore resolved that the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia, honors the life of Paris D. Carson for his faithful commitment and dedication in enriching the lives of children in the city of Suffolk, Virginia, and beyond. Adopted this 9th day of November, 2023.
First School Board, Superintendent Dr. Gordon, and the City of Suffolk. I'm actually a product of City of Suffolk public school system. And I would say right now, I have always been proud to be an American. Because in this room, I have seen where you talked about your discussions and how you feel about certain policies and everything, and that's what makes America great. Because not everybody has this. Traveling the world, seeing Japan and China, they don't get to do all of this as much as we do, right? But through all of that, it is okay for us to disagree. right? And what I've heard here, we had a lot of passion, and I do agree with you. We have to do things in orderly, right? So we say decency and order, that's the Bible. But what I would tell you, I work in corporate America. And what you're talking about is what the federal agencies had to go through back in the early 90s. I agree with the young lady who said now if you're building schools, now maybe you need to do one of those same-sex, unisex bathrooms with their individual stalls, because that's what the federal agency did. And I want to let you understand that transgender is not going away. These kids are looking at media. They're looking at social media, TV. If you're not looking at Nickelodeon, if you're not looking at Walt Disney and what they're telling your kids, it's not education that you need to be forced on. It is those individuals. And if our politicians would pay attention to that and hit the entertainment and the media and the social media, we wouldn't have all these issues, right? But we know they're not going to do that. Why? Because they're lacing their pockets. Let's just be honest, right? But what I'm saying to you guys, listen to your children. Because when they get to corporate America, we are facing all of this. They have DEI, diversity inclusion, equality and inclusion, and we have to go through this whole pronouns. And if we don't do it, and I'm a manager, an executive manager, and if we don't do it, we get reprimanded by HR, right? So I'm saying to you guys, come up with a resolve. Don't always have so much passion where you can't see through it because we're so focused on, I'm a Republican, I'm a Democrat. We need to basically focus on these kids. And if you're not listening to your kids and you're not looking at what they're watching on TV or what they're listening on social media, it is the parents' responsibility for this. It is not the school board. The teachers and administrators, I have plenty of friends that works in this field. They have enough to deal with that. So we have to take our accountability of what our kids are doing. We can't help what other people are teaching their kids, but we can teach our own. So I'll say this to you guys in closing. The United States was based off of Christianity. We all know that. I've heard people pray. Be careful how you use that, because God is actually raining on the just and the unjust. Okay? So what I'm going to say is have these healthy conversations. Create a forum where where the parents can sit with the students and have open conversations about this. Because in corporate America, when we can't agree to agree or disagree, we have these little forums they come up with. And we have to sit there and listen to them. And then we have to come up with a resolve. So I thank you guys for tonight. It taught me a lot because I don't have a child. And so I don't know the passion that a lot of these parents, grandparents have. But I'm actually telling you right now, look closely to your household because that's where it starts. These people up here are trying to make sure your kids are getting the education. The problem with that is that they are so distracted with the outside forces. And I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. May I say something? Cherie, come back up here. I want to say a few words about the Carsons. I taught this young lady, which I'm very proud of, and she's a great educator. Her husband was a great educator. He was the first principal at Nansemond River High School. I worked under him for several years. He was a close friend. And his brother back there, Earl, I've known him forever. He's a great educator as well, retired from the city of Suffolk. I taught both of the Carson girls, and they were fine young ladies. Your father would be so proud of you of stepping forward and saying this this evening to this group. Thank you, Cherie.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is item number 7, Resolution 23/24-18, a resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia, making a bid award to Heartland Construction Incorporated for the renovation of the Lakeland High School auditorium and authorizing the board chair and superintendent to enter into a contract for the Lakeland High School auditorium renovations. This is an action item. Is there a motion to approve or deny? Is there a second? Is there any discussion? Board Member Slinglove.
Yes. I am very excited about what we're doing at Lakeland, and tonight seeing the students here, it's very encouraging, and I'm very much behind all of what we're doing there with the performing arts. I do have a question, though, as I look at this. In September, we approved a CIP, and we ordered all of the projects that are coming up. I have not been able to find anywhere where this money that is being allocated to the auditorium, where it came from, because it's never been on a CIP. I looked back and saw, when the first phase and the second phase were approved, but I have a hard time approving this because that same amount of money could be used to go to CCAP, which is the second project. We broke the ground for JFK. CCAP was our second project that we approved in September. So I'm wondering where this lies in conjunction with the CIP, since it's not on there.
As part of the biennium budget, to answer your question, as part of the biennium budget that we're under now with the state gave us $4.3 million to use for one-time projects only. Was not able to be used for anything HVAC or roofs, those kinds of things, but they wanted us to use it for one-time projects that were special projects that we designated. So was it about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, when this money first came to us, we set this money aside so that we could look at completing that auditorium so that the program that is there would have the opportunity to have an auditorium with a sound system and curtains and the whole thing that would allow the auditorium to be used in the program to help the program.
And to add to that, before you came on the board, Ms. Slingloff, this was actually part of our entire four-year plan for the Center for Performing and Production Arts. If you look back at our original presentation when we brought the Specialty Center recommendation to the board, we stated about a four-year pathway plan with increasing the enrollment at Lakeland High School by 50 students each year, with 200 students added to the program. We spoke about, at the time, we were hoping to have a full renovation of Lakeland High School's auditorium. We've now, because of budget concerns, we've now altered that to lighting, curtains, as well as acoustics and new sound work to be in there. So this, as Ms. Forsman stated, actually came up 3 years ago.
3 years ago.
And we have been very strategic in making sure that we were going to do that to support the program, while also making sure that we brought Lakeland High School's innovation to the forefront, because some of the things are outdated. As you've probably seen and heard, we have been working on all of our schools with replacing lighting, we're replacing bathrooms, we're doing different things based on some year-end money, but also money that's been set aside over the years that is a separate part of our CIP. So the grant funds that Ms. Forsman had mentioned is the reason why you didn't see it as a part of the original CIP.
Board Member Brittingham, you still have your question?
I'm really excited about this project. I, too, had some of the same questions that Ms. Slingloff had about where it was in the CIP. But I went back 3 years and tracked where this program started, where we were talking about having a fine arts program for Lakeland, and I could only find Phase 1 and Phase 2. So thank you for sharing with us that information and helping us understand financially where money is coming from, and that it is already in the budget somewhere, even though I couldn't find it in the CIP from this school year. Thank you.
Any additional questions or discussion regarding the motion on hand to approve the item? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
The next item on the agenda is item number 8, Ordinance 23/24-21, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 8, Section 2-8.1, entitled Early Appearances. Suffolk Community defined 5 minutes and not less than 3 minutes for presentations when more than 15 speakers of the policy of the Suffolk City School Board. This is a info item. or the board could take action on it today.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to speak to it as a matter of, it came out of the policy committee because it's something that we have been doing. And so we decided to, as we discussed it in the policy review committee, allow the board, if they chose to, we can move forward with it because this is what we do, both that one and the one that follows, 8 and 9. If we don't want to do it, that's fine. We do it anyway. If we want to put it in the policy today, we can. If we don't, and we want to wait for it for a second reading, we can wait until next month to do it. I just wanted to say that because we did review it, and that's why we put it here, and that's why it looks like that, either
Okay.
info or action.
Gotcha.
So it's up to the board as to what they
Okay.
want to do.
Board Member Brittingham?
I'm becoming increasingly concerned that we aren't forging policy, but we're allowing practice to become our policy instead of the other way around. And my concern with this ordinance and the one after that is that that seems to be how we practice. We don't craft policy with intentionality. We take what we do culturally and then we turn it into a policy. And so moving forward, I would really like to see this board spend more time in the echelon of crafting it before we need it versus this is what we do, this is our culture, and now we're going to hurry up and try and make it a policy because it looks better for it to be a policy instead of us to continue practicing what we've been practicing.
Thank you, Board Member Brittingham. And that's the whole purpose of the Policy Review Committee, to put things together and bring suggestions to the board on ways we could improve our operations. Is there any additional question or discussion?
As I said, as I indicated in the first place, this is what we did. We are giving the board time to make the decision as to whether you want to move forward with it and vote on it today, or if you need time to mull over it. We are not in a hurry because we already have the practice in place. It's up to the board.
All right, board members, you've heard it. What is your pleasure? Do you want to come back and deal with this in December, or do you prefer to address it now? Board Member Brittingham?
I think we should just deal with it in December.
Is there a second? Well, yeah.
Yep. I make a motion that we deal with this in December.
The motion has been made to put this item on our December agenda for a vote or decision on action regarding this proposed ordinance. It has been made by Board Member Brittingham and second by Board Member Slingloff. Is there any additional discussion? Board Member Brooks Buck?
As we indicated, it's something that we do already, so it doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
It's up to us to think about what we're doing, how we want to handle it.
Gotcha. Madam Clerk? Hold on, Board Member Jenkins.
Yes, I just want to clarify, what's going to be the difference between now and December? Oh, that's, okay. Thank you for.
All right. Board Member Brittingham, did you have something else to say, or did you? Okay. Madam Clerk, could you repeat the motion that's on the floor and move forward with the vote?
The motion is to address ordinance 23/24-21 in December, have it added to the December's agenda for a vote.
All right.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Motion failed.
All right, at this time, we have to deal with the ordinance on the floor. Is there a motion to vote it up or down? The motion has been properly made by Board Member Brooks Buck, properly seconded by Board Member Barrow. Any discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Our next item is item number 9, ordinance 23/24-26, an ordinance amending Chapter 10, Article 5, Section 10-5.1, entitled Public Appearance Before the School Board, time limits for public comments, public participation at special or called meeting of the policies of the Suffolk City School Board. First reading and adoption. Once again, either we can... Okay. It has been moved to approve by Board Member Brooks Buck, properly seconded by Board Member Byram. Is there any discussion? Board Member Brittingham?
Same issue as I had before when it was in new business. I don't
Okay.
agree with it.
Any additional discussion? There being none, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Excuse me. Yes.
Motion passed.
The next item on the agenda is public speakers on non-agenda topics. At this time, we will turn it over to the clerk, Ms. Gardner, to read our statement. And we ask all speakers addressing the board to please adhere to the regulations as it has been relayed to you, as well as the time that is placed on the podium before you. Madam Clerk.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to services, policies, and affairs of the school board or Suffolk Public Schools. 2, refrain from words or statements which, from their usual construction and common acceptance, are construed as insults intended to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. Refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate form for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceeding. Persons must not engage in disorderly, disruptive, or boisterous conduct, such as, but not limited to, making noise, use of profane language or obscene gestures, yelling, or similar demonstrations that interrupts or disturbs the peace and good order of the meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order, subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. That officer shall, under the direction of the chair or other presiding officer, have charge of the meeting area and waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Our first speaker is Dr. Adrian Bradley Gray regarding equity for all students.
Good evening, all. I come with a message for our scholars. Not only am I the proud interventionist at the esteemed Booker T. Washington Elementary School, I am also the proud president of the Education Association of Suffolk. I come with a commitment. I will use my position to influence all students towards learning. I will teach for the betterment of all of my scholars by exercising compassion that directs their hopes, ambitions, and dreams. I will do so by helping all to develop action steps that promote continuous growth and achievement. I will keep myself far from all practices contrary to the above. I will consistently strive to be the educator for all students that I wanted for my two children. I will do so by loving all from both sides of the fence as an educator and parent. I will nurture scholars through a consistent lens of a non-judgmental heart that helps them channel their worries, bask in their excitement, and rise to their greatest potential. I am honored and privileged to be on this journey with you of becoming lifelong learners. I promise to continue to advocate for educators that will make a positive difference in your lives. I hope that at some point on your journey, you're able to reflect back and are able to name hundreds of educational stakeholders that gave you the tools to be successful, not only in school, but in life. And if nobody told you today, you are loved, no matter your gender. Thank you.
Next speaker, Nancy Eason, parents getting calls from staff.
Dr. Gordon and members of the school board, I am Nancy Eason. I worked at Forest Glen Middle School for 21 years before retiring. I have grandchildren in public school and some in private school. I would like to express my feelings about parents being notified from the school about their children being confused about their gender. The school calls parents if the student does not feel well. The school calls parents for misbehavior. The school calls parents for dress code. The thoughts of suicide and cutting would be all right to call the parents. Parents have to agree for field trips and sign waivers for school sports. Parents have to sign forms for their student to take sex education. But now we're saying we can't talk about transgender to parents. Why? God gave us our children as a gift. Our job is to be their parents. The thought may be you need to guide the student and not the parents. As a school official, you have no problem talking behind a parent's back about their child. But if it were your child, how would you react? I know school board members have children, and how would you feel about not being told about their talks that you should know about? Is the staff educated in how to talk to students and parents about such matters? Parents should be given a form giving up their rights before the school starts. The U.S. Constitution's 14th Amendment says, which gives parents the right to direct their children's upbringing, health, and welfare. Rick Claybrook, a lawyer representing the parents in a lawsuit against Montgomery School District,
Kids have their parents to protect them because they are not able to do so until they reach maturity. Don't be afraid to speak out and say, girls are girls, boys are boys. They have their own sports and restrooms. Don't make everyone pay for a few. The Suffolk Public Schools will lose more and more students. Deuteronomy 6:7, written by Moses, he said to parents, and to the words still speak to us today, you shall teach them diligently to your children, and shall talk of them when you sign in your house and when you rise. Thank you for your time, and think, where does this end?
Next speaker, Jennifer Herget, Experiments on American Citizens.
Why am I here? After my daughter was vaccine injured by the COVID jab, I was mad. I don't want any other parents to go through what I have gone through or worse. God told me to help save His children. How many times has our government experimented on the American people? The Tuskegee experiment in 1932 that went on for years. Psychedelics in 1947, MK Ultra. In the 70s and 80s, it was AIDS, brought to you by a hepatitis B experimental vaccine in the CDC. The cure, AZT, killed thousands and was brought to you by Anthony Fauci. Watch the Dallas Buyers Club and read The Real Anthony Fauci by Robert F. Kennedy. In 1990, the CDC inoculated more than 1,500 6-month-old babies in Los Angeles against measles. Later, the CDC confessed that the vaccine was experimental. I could go on with experiments in the U.S., but what about India? The DTaP vaccine brought to you by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, where girls got seizures, cancer, and 7 died. India kicked the Gates Foundation out of India. What about Africa? It was the tetanus vaccine that left women infertile, caused spontaneous abortions and bleeding. That is happening now. Out of 76,000 women, 52% are having menstrual issues after the COVID jab. Go to mycyclestory.com. The Bible tells us not to fear how many times, but the mainstream media was paid by our government to keep us in fear so that we will willingly take an experimental vaccine. When you watch TV, how many times have you heard, brought to you by Pfizer? These commercials pay for what you hear in between the commercials. It's called propaganda, which was made legal in 2012 with the repeal of the Smith-Mundt Act. Africa and India are taking ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. They were also not being given remdesivir. Fauci made it the only medication the doctors could treat COVID with in the U.S. It was pulled from the Ebola trials in Africa because it has a 53% mortality rate. Many hospitals are still using it today. Don't research, don't take natural supplements that will boost your immune system. On the NIH website, you will find that vitamin D insufficiency may account for almost 9 of 10 COVID-19 deaths, published in December of 2020, but our government isn't telling us that. In a 60-hour work week, Pfizer made almost $2,000 a minute. In 2021, from the COVID jab, $36,781,000. Know your history and question everything. I'm here because I care about your children, and if one parent starts questioning, then I've done what God told me to do. Ephesians 5:11, take no part in the unfruitful works of darkness, but instead expose them.
Next speaker, Robert Hergert, A Constitutional Quandary.
Text is edited for time. You have the full text, so I apologize for any confusion if you're reading along. Food for thought, constitutional quandary, and a little piece of history. The cornerstone of our nation's Constitution is the individual's God-given right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. What appears to have been lost is that the Pledge of Allegiance is a pledge by you, the citizen, to support, protect, and defend the citizens on your left, right, front, and behind you for these God-given rights. In these days, a Marxist ideology is permeating a me, myself, and my group mentality, dividing our nation and removed the individual's pledge of responsibility to the community, and now appears to require the community to conform to the individual group and forego others' own right, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. The following was penned in 1965 by Paul Harvey, "If I was the devil. If I were the prince of darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness. And I'd have a third of its real estate, 4/5 of its population, but I wouldn't be happy until I seized the ripest apple on the tree, thee." So I'd set about, however necessary, to take over the United States. I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers. With the whisper of a serpent, I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve, "Do as you please." To the young, I would whisper that the Bible is a myth. I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide that what is bad is good and what is good is square. And to the old, I would teach to pray after me, "Our Father which art in Washington." And then I'd get organized. I'd educate authors on how to make literature exciting so that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could. I'd sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction. I'd tranquilize the rest with pills. If I were the devil, I'd soon have families at war with themselves, churches at war with themselves, and nations at war with themselves until each in his turn was consumed. And with the promises of higher ratings, I'd have mesmerizing media fanning the flames. If I were the devil, I would encourage schools to refine young intellects, but neglect to discipline emotions. Just let those run wild. Until before you know it, you'd have drug-sniffing dogs and metal detectors at every schoolhouse door. Within a decade, I'd have the prisons overflowing. I'd have judges promoting pornography. Soon I could evict God out of the courthouses, then from the schoolhouse, and then from the houses of Congress. In his own churches, I would substitute psychology for religion, and I would deify science. If I were the devil, I'd take from those who have and give to those who want until I kill the incentive of the ambitious. And what do you want to bet? I could get whole states to promote gambling as a way to get rich. I would caution against extremes of hard work and patriotism and moral conduct. I would convince the young that marriage is old-fashioned, that swinging is more fun, that what you see on TV and social media is the way to be. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, Janet McKinney, "Hate and discontent amongst the school board and the public, distrust amongst the board members."
It does me no injury for my neighbor to say there are 20 gods or no God. It neither picks my pocket nor breaks my leg. It's a quote from Thomas Jefferson. The school board, y'all don't get along. Y'all don't seem to like each other. You don't want to work with each other. How many times are we going to hear, "It was in the policy committee. Why do we have to discuss it now?" Well, maybe somebody has questions. Maybe because the policy committee is charged in your own policies with then bringing it to the entire board for the board to discuss. Maybe we want to hear y'all's discussion about your new policies. See, not only do you not trust yourselves, you don't trust us. And then you demand that I trust you with my child. Mr. Riddick, who's apparently not interested, has told us time and again that he only wants to hear from people who have children in Suffolk Public Schools. But we're all taxpayers whether we have children in schools or not. I have one child in public school and one child in private school. Maybe I should only give you half of my tax dollars. Maybe people whose children have gone on and went to Suffolk Public Schools and graduated, but they still want to be involved in their community and they're still paying taxes, maybe they shouldn't give you any tax dollars because they don't have children in Suffolk Public Schools. See, we are your constituents. You are elected to represent us. You get our tax dollars for your funding. We are the ones that you should trust, but we can't trust you because you do not trust yourselves. You are dysfunctional, and until you get past your dysfunction, until you get past your hate and discontent and distrust of one another, you will not be a successful board. If we want our children to be successful, if we want our education to be successful, if we want our children's scores to come up, to read better, to write better, to understand what they're learning, then you have to have good policies. And you have to trust each other to do those policies. And you have to stop being dysfunctional, and you have to stop saying, oh, me, 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 I'm the most important person in the room, and I have the most important opinion. You got to work together. You have to trust us, because you demand that we trust you with our children.
Next speaker, Matthew Hentlian, Civil Discourse in a Public Forum.
Respect begets respect. Respect is not bestowed or bequeathed, it's earned. Each month at the opening of the floor to public speakers, those in the room are admonished as to what is and what is not appropriate in regard to speech. It is apparent that some on the board are of the opinion rules for thee but not for me, as evidenced by their conduct. If those who are to speak from the gallery have to abide by those guidelines as stated, so shall members of the board. Inappropriate comments regarding those with contrary positions or opinions that are not, Inappropriate comments regarding those with contrary positions or opinions are not and will not be tolerated. One, because of their position as a board member, does not have special dispensation to disparage, belittle, berate, or make inappropriate comments about those in the gallery. It is with alarming frequency that one board member in particular has displayed this unseemly and inappropriate behavior in making uncalled-for commentary. This particular board member has made claims of those who do not agree with them are hateful and filled with vitriol. We don't hate you, we just don't agree with you. It is with impunity that this person persists, and nary a word from any fellow board member is made in this regard. The act of doing nothing is the act of doing something. It's called ratification of such behavior. This board condones it, and in doing so encourages it, and you know of whom I speak. Need I remind the board that you are all elected by your constituents, and it is incumbent upon you to listen to them, whether you like it or not. It is your responsibility as an elected official to pay heed to your constituency, and not otherwise. In short, you owe a duty to your constituency, as well as respect for them. You work for them and not your own personal agenda. I anticipate there will be some attempt at a rebuttal with an opinion piece from the New York Times or some other discredited publication at the end of this meeting. But remember, opinions are like belly buttons. Everybody's got one, and most are of little value. Finally, in an attempt to sound intelligent, this board member will most likely twaddle on about some irrelevant subject and come up with some feigned aspect of misplaced righteous indignation. You know of whom I speak. And so remember, a guilty conscience needs no accuser.
Next speaker, Deanna Klein. We love you and your children. Please understand lack of knowledge, discernment, and bioweapons.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I just don't know where to start tonight. There's so many things. It is the month of the military child. Did you know, for example, that military children have 8 to 15 times the rates of autism spectrum disorder? That black boys specifically have 6 to 8 times higher rates of autism spectrum disorder. A CDC whistleblower came out and said this many years ago. There have been books written about it. It was covered up because, again, your evening news is propaganda. So I would like to remind you that blood money has been paid, and I have given you these via email, and I will send you a long list of books either tomorrow or the next day where you can read about some truth that has been covered up. I'll remind you of the little old couple from Poland who begged me to realize that we were facing complete propaganda. Here is a letter from 3 surviving members of the Holocaust. Their families died in the Holocaust. And they are begging for people to wake up and realize that this is democide. Alveda King, for example,
Louis Farrakhan, for example, they know vaccine atrocities, especially against minorities, but they are never in the news for what they know about vaccines. So your goal on the Suffolk School Board website says that students will develop critical thinking, collaboration, and communication skills. In October, the minutes were posted when I spoke at the meeting, and it said that I did not like vaccines. But it did not say that I submitted FDA.gov website information about all of the deadly side effects that I'm seeing every single day from these vaccines. 5 people today. One of those people injured by the vaccines today has lost 4 family members in the past 4 months. I see it every day, every single day. So please, I ask you to consider that you have been misled, because this will happen again. You will be approached with what you should do as a school board. Documents here, $4.3 billion were paid to Virginia Public Schools. $4.3 billion were paid so they would follow COVID policy, social emotional learning, sex education standards that are all new, and CRT. So we know that you have to follow it, but this money is going directly to agenda. This is not left versus right, Fox versus CNN, red versus blue, black versus white. This is much, much, much bigger than that, much bigger than that. And I plead that you have discernment. I think if Alveda King were here, she would say, be not conformed any longer to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind, which you can only get if you're willing to read the truth. Read the truth. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mary Anderson, transgender policy. Mary Anderson, transgender policy.
Madam Clerk, you can move on to the next speaker.
Chad Fowler, policy changes. David Hall, Governor's VDOE model policy. Jeannie Swain, religious freedom, prayer in public spaces.
Good evening. I'm Jeannie Swain. I'm a taxpayer and a current Suffolk resident. I'm standing here tonight in support of brave and strong moms like Angela Kilgore and all other concerned citizens who value their religious freedom rights to openly acknowledge their faith-based beliefs and viewpoints during public comments. Please retain protections for our rights to acknowledge our faith in public square and oppose any policies in the future that exclude religious expressions from a public forum. The right of religious citizens to express their viewpoints without fear of censorship must be and will be protected. Thank you.
Kirsten O'Neill, Wounded Warrior Veterans Day Project.
Good evening, Dr. Gordon, Chair Riddick, and fellow school board members. It's been a while since someone stood up here with good news that makes you feel good to your core, so I thought maybe I would share it and try to flip the room tonight. As most of you know, I'm PTA president in my final year for Northern Shores Elementary. Every year since I've started, we come up with a theme. The first year was inclusion, the next year was community, and this year as a board we discovered that our theme is going to be giving back. We as a board give back plenty of our time and our life, and we thought we could do it on a bigger level and we could do more. The first month of the year of givebacks was October. The theme for this month was teachers. We as a PTA filled and presented over $3,000 worth of teachers grants. Our third grade inclusion class were given wobble stools. We had a whole reading stools donated to the first grade class, a game corner for our library, and all grade levels, all right, I lost my place. And online programs that would impact 2 different grade levels. The next calendar year brings us to November. As I'm sure you know, we are one of the few schools in the district to be distinguished as a Purple Star school. It is a great honor and a great responsibility. With Veterans Day being in November, we as a PTA, in collaboration with our incredible admin team, developed a program we named Lambda the Free because of the brave. Every child received a paper, which is in front of you, that asked them to submit names and donations in exchange for a flag with their veteran's name on it. If you go to our school, you can see them all proudly blowing in the wind. And I brought one. This is my husband's. Personifies a picture. At this time, I would like to thank Leonardo Barboza, Tracy Parada, Kelly Gregory, Shaniqua Gardner, Audrey Page, and Nicholas Thomas for their service. All these current staff members were prior military and are now sacrificing their time to teach at our school. You can find them all represented with pictures that they've served in our front courtyard. We also tapped into our community and had Namson River High School Betas talk the walk. They did some incredible designs. A special thank you to Angelina Dickens, who leads the Beta Club in Camden Sumpton, for her incredible artistic talent. You can go to our PTA page and look at the pictures. Her soldier was better than anything I've ever seen. The suggested donation was $1, but many people donated more. Whatever we raised, we agreed to match in terms of donation to Wounded Warrior. At this time, we're looking at about $1,200 going directly to the Wounded Warrior Foundation, which is part of the reason I'm here tonight. I would like to cordially invite all of you to our PTA meeting on Tuesday, November 14th at 6:30 p.m. at Northern Shores Elementary. Wounded Warrior Project is flying out their own warrior, Jake Natorsky, to explain his history and what his donation is going to do. This is an incredible honor and one of the few schools in the Tidewater region history who've done this for. In addition, Fred Cherry's band will perform. I know that not everyone here agrees with the same politics. We aren't going to agree with the same policies. As a military spouse whose husband is getting ready for another deployment, I'm sure we can all agree that freedom isn't free, and everyone in this room is grateful for the sacrifices our military have made. To all the veterans here today, thank you for your service, and I hope you enjoy your Veterans Day. And to the board, I hope to see you Tuesday night. Thank you.
Next speaker, Tyler Rayner, regarding abuse of taxpayers' money.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today I stand before you to address a matter that raises concern about the allocation of our tax dollars, specifically the decision to use public funds to fight a lawsuit that goes against our state laws. This is a critical issue that demands our attention and thoughtful consideration. Using taxpayer money to defend actions that contravene our own state laws is a cause for reflection and a call for accountability. It prompts us to question the principles in guiding the decisions made on our behalf, to consider the broader implications of such choices by the superintendent and school board members. Our state laws are not arbitrary. They are the result of a democratic process that reflects the collective will and values of the community. When tax dollars are directed towards fighting lawsuits that challenges these laws, it's a signal that our resources are being used to defend actions that may be at odds with the very foundation of our legal system. While the legal system allows for due process and the defense of its interest, it's crucial that we ensure our actions align with the spirit of justice and legality. Allocating public funds to fight laws established to protect our students can erode public trust and raise questions about the priorities of our school system and the personal agenda of the school system and superintendent. As responsible citizens, parents, and taxpayers, we must demand transparency and accountability in the use of our tax dollars. We have the right to know why our funds are being used to defend actions that contradict our own laws. This is not merely a financial concern, it's a matter of upholding the integrity of our legal system and preserving the principles that make our society just and fair. In conclusion, let us advocate for responsible governance, transparency, and adherence to the laws that define us as a community. Our tax dollars should be directed towards endeavors that promote the well-being and safety of our students and uphold the principles to which our legal system is built. Thank you for your attention.
Next speaker, Amber Snodgrass, Parental Rights Concerns, Transgender Issues.
Hello, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. My name is Amber Snodgrass, and I am a Suffolk resident and a parent. My child is too young to attend school just yet, but I am paying attention because I believe I am ultimately responsible for vetting what people and influences have access to my child. Despite numerous parents pleading with you, school board meeting after school board meeting, to respect their concerns, still you have refused to adopt policies consistent with the Youngkin revisions despite it being required by law. This leaves you vulnerable to lawsuits like the kind brought against Virginia Beach. In the policies that were voted for tonight, you have given lip service to parental rights, but the policies themselves undermine parental rights. Your policies are flat out deceptive. They give a surface level appearance of giving parents an opportunity to object before counseling regarding gender identity is given to their children, but the language of the policy is rife with qualifiers and exceptions, such as to the extent possible, and unless Suffolk Public Schools is of the opinion that parental consent would endanger the student's health and mental wellness. These qualifiers render parental consent meaningless. In addition, in the section saying that schools should not conceal material information about a student from the student's parents, you have put exceptions that make the language meaningless and leave parents powerless to protect their children. One exception includes a request from the student not to disclose the information to the parents for health and safety reasons. This is vague terminology that means nothing has changed from the Bad Northam policies. You have left in place the green light for public school educators to hide potentially life-saving information from parents. This is especially egregious since Virginia already has laws in place that make it clear educators should and must report evidence of child abuse and criminal neglect to the authorities. So then, this is the school board and the superintendent deliberately creating space for school personnel to inappropriately step between parents and children. Dr. Gordon, our superintendent, has in one past meeting accused concerned parents of attacking the school system by bringing concerns on this subject, saying that these folks, quote, never think about the impact on the kids. You don't give us the benefit of the doubt that our motives are good. You assume we mean the students' harm. Perhaps it's because you don't know us personally. The same is true from our perspective. We do not know the adults that suddenly have the power to decide whether our kids need protection from us. That is not a power that you or anyone in SPS should have. If there is a concern along that vein, it should be turned over to Child Protective Services. They are qualified, empowered, and equipped to handle that kind of decision, and SPS is not. With this policy, you've created opportunities for things like sexual predators and psychological manipulation. I'm talking about adults in the school system taking advantage of children because these policies disempower parents from being that natural protection for their kids. This is me worrying about how this policy impacts children. The bottom line is your policies are in conflict with the Youngkin policies. They are concerning to parents, and you have left your school district liable to parent lawsuits. Thank you for listening to me.
Next speaker, Victoria Cobb, regarding decisions of the school board.
Hello, I'm Victoria Cobb, president of the Family Foundation. I'm here to share with you a little bit about the message that's been given across the Commonwealth this week with regards to parental rights. Across the Commonwealth, in all sorts of places, parents have been saying that their rights do not end at the school parking lot. Yesterday's school board, or earlier this week's school board elections in localities had them yielding an overwhelming message, and that is that candidates that respected parents' rights and who protect the safety of every child within their schools overtook school boards in Goochland, Pulaski, Yorktown, Rockingham, and so many other places. Even in Loudoun County, the epicenter of this battle, they have 100% replaced the folks that put in place their model transgender policy that resulted in sexual assault. I speak to you because parents want more than lip service when it comes to parental rights. I know you've passed these policies tonight, and I just want to say that these policies, as this last speaker said, are full of caveats and exceptions. So they look like they have parental rights, that you're going to find out if your kid's going to engage in counseling, that you're able to block a child from engaging in counseling as a parent. But the reality is you have all these things in there that say, well, except for if the Suffolk Public Schools feel differently, or except for if the student themselves have a concern that somehow their health and safety is in jeopardy. Neither the administration nor the children should be able to render parents powerless in the lives of their children. We don't let children drive their health decisions. And respectfully, the reason is because their brains are not fully developed to be able to do that. We understand that, and we go into those conversations when we talk about kids that make poor decisions in criminal justice justice, right? We say, look, they've made poor decisions, but they're young, their brains are not fully developed. Why would we then trust their opinion about whether their mom or dad knows best? If there's true danger, and the last speaker mentioned this, that is what CPS is for. If we're really concerned, the school system shouldn't start covering things up in order to prevent the concern. They need to turn it over to the folks who are empowered and equipped to decide if there's a concern. The child shouldn't decide, and the school system shouldn't decide. Fundamentally, these policies are a little better than what were in place under Governor Northam's policies. And I will tell you, pseudo-parental rights don't appease anyone. Please reconsider these policies.
Next speaker, Dr. Deborah Wallstrom, regarding First Amendment. Dr. Deborah Wallstrom, First Amendment. Next speaker, Debbie Chappell, why you should not vote for the transgender policy.
Good evening. I am Deborah Williams Chappell, a Suffolk citizen born and raised in Suffolk. Earlier tonight, Brooks Burke, you spoke about electronics and something y'all were voting on how wonderful it is. Well, it malfunctioned because I should have been the seventh one to speak tonight, and it threw my email out as spam. So I want to say I totally support the governor's model reform policy, and as a taxpayer in Suffolk, I am against and appalled that y'all passed the transgender agenda. I cannot believe that parents and grandparents need to be here to oppose you on whether a boy dressed as a girl should be in the girls' bathroom, and if a girl dresses like a boy should be in the boys' bathroom, and that you may deem it appropriate to hide it from their parents, which would be teaching children to be deceitful and to lie to their parents. You seem to have so much empathy for a few transgender students' feelings, but it appears you have no sympathy for the non-transgender students and how they can be scarred, stressed, and confused by all of this. It can be a real stumbling block for them. During these meetings, I have heard some of you say that you pray and that you are Christian. So you have some knowledge of God's word. In Matthew 18:6, quote, but if anyone causes one of these little ones who trust in me to stumble, it would be better for them to have a large millstone hung around their neck and be drowned in the depths of the sea. Know how you voted tonight not only is going to affect the students, but you are going to be affected and held accountable in this community and by all the parents and by God for how you voted. If one child stumbles because of what you voted for tonight, it's on your shoulders. I do not want my taxes wasted on another Suffolk school lawsuit because of your decisions. Nor do I want to be in a bathroom at a football game or a school function with a guy. Some of your students, and we have a lot of wonderful students in the city of Suffolk, and we have a lot of wonderful teachers.
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
Well, you need to start something on proper etiquette that children don't cuss teachers out and the school bus drivers. Start a program on proper etiquette and make them not be able to come back until they learn how to talk.
Next speaker.
That's the last speaker.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is comments by board members. Board members, I'm going to ask that you yield to the same time that was given to the speakers, and that's 3 minutes. Yield to the same times that was given to the speakers. We're going to allow board member Slingloff to go first.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Before she left this evening, Ms. Jenkins asked if I would read the Legislative Committee report, so I will take a moment to do that. The Legislative Committee of the Suffolk City School Board met in the second floor conference room at City Hall on September 28th, 2023 at 2 p.m. Present for the meeting were school board member, myself, Kimberly Slingloff, Dr. John B. Gordon, School Superintendent, Wendell Waller, School Board Attorney, and Karen Jenkins, Senior School Board Member serving on the Legislative Committee. We reviewed 53 bills passed into law by the Virginia General Assembly that will impact public education. They pertain to the following topics: assessments, career and technical education, child care and safety, military students and families, school buildings and facilities, school lunches and meals, school safety and security, special education, licensing and training, student conduct, student literacy, and teacher education, licensure, and compensation. Out of the 53 bills passed by the General Assembly, 24 bills required amendments to existing policies of the school board. Proposed amendments to existing policies of the school board are currently under consideration by the Policy Review Committee, and if not, they are being referred to the Policy Review Committee for its consideration. So that is the report. But I would also like to say, just as a board member, you know, I can honestly say this evening is a little disappointing with regards to this policy, but I want to clarify it for the record, and I want to state it because it's very difficult sometimes up here to be able to think and say all the things you want to think and say at the moment. But we are for all children, and I think that is one common thing that we can say up here at this board is every single one of us wants the best for the children of Suffolk Public Schools and the children in our community. And truly, my resistance of this policy is because I don't believe it's the best policy in consideration of all the children in the schools. I believe even for the transgender students within our schools, there is a better solution. I would have liked to have had the opportunity to discuss that in a work session. I agree with the bathroom ideas. I agree with single stalls. That's not a turnkey thing, but I believe for the number that we have within the school system, there's a means to adjust that. I do not believe it's in the best interest of any child to ever speculate about how a parent will respond and to stand in between a parent and a child. I believe that's devastating and catastrophic to a child. So from the depths of my being, my decision with this policy was based out of a care and a love for the school, for the children in our schools. And I believe that the greatest deficit to me with regards to this whole discussion is the verbiage that has been used to demonize anyone that was seemingly opposed to this policy as being opposed to the child. That's simply not the truth. So I just want to make that clear, that it's not against a child. This was all simply about a policy for the school system. And I will continue to forge forward as a board to try and do our best for the interest of the kids. So I appreciate each one of you coming out because I know that each one of you is also invested in the children. And I believe that we can do our best to unify and come to a good resolution as we continue forward. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you, Board Member Slinglow. The next speaker is Board Member Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. There have been a lot of things said and done this evening, but I'd like to talk about some of the good things that we heard about and refresh your memory on them, leave us with some good thoughts. We had a wonderful presentation by the Lakeland Musical Chorus, and of course that shows how our money is working in fine arts in our education system. I want to thank Ms. Carr and all the performers and the guitarists who came out this evening to show us their skills and what they are learning. That's a tremendous program that we undertook a few years ago. We had probably, would have probably already had it a little further along and progressed a little more, but COVID slowed us up some. But that is a wonderful program, and Dr. Neighbors being recognized as the Virginia Music Educator Award, Outstanding Administrator. That's a feather in our cap as well. And I know she is a dedicated educator. She has served very well. When I was at Nansemond River, she was working there with me, and we shared a lot of wonderful times. And she's always been dedicated to our school system, and I appreciate what she's doing for our children. It's much needed. Not all of our children are athletes. Many of our children perform well in other ways, and we need to make sure that they're given those opportunities. I want to thank all the students and coaches for the outstanding fall season. We've had some outstanding media coverage. I love to watch TV and just catch all the results, of the games and so forth. Keep up with all of those things because they are bringing much success to our school system and to our programs, and it's paying off the money that we are investing in all of these things. And I want to have a special shout out to the Nansemond River cheerleaders, who, of course, were the Region 5B cheering, won the competition, and now they're going on for other things. One young lady, and I always want to bring up when I have students that have done such a remarkable job, Amanda Lyons, who is a coach of that group. She has coached them ever since she was in high school. She was a cheerleader at Nansemond River, and I taught her, and she's been a devoted person to that program, and Amanda needs to be complimented for that. She's done an outstanding job with those girls over the years, and I'm very proud of her. Thank you, Mr. Riddick.
Thank you, Board Member Byram. Our next speaker is Board Member Brittingham.
We've had a lot of discussions tonight. We've had a lot of policies that we've gone through. I'm really disappointed that this board did not do a better job of protecting the students. That policy that we passed tonight is going to come back to bite us, if not through an incident that happens in the school system or from a lawsuit that comes from outside of the school system. I'm more and more concerned as time passes that the focus on students is not where it needs to be. 10% of our students are doing phenomenal. 10% of our students are almost beyond repair and hope because of their learning challenges. And 80% of our kids are just kind of floating along. I'm very concerned looking at the data that we are not doing our very best for them. And we spent a lot of time working on this transgender policy and not enough time in the achievement realm. And we need to get back to doing the work that we should do to make sure our kids can have the best education possible. And so I will leave you with this. I pray that as this board moves forward, that it will be functional. And I pray that as this board moves forward, that we won't just give lip service to student achievement and building the best school system for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Brittingham. Next speaker is Board Member Brooks Buck.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Riddick. I want to address two things. I'd like to start off with the positive because I don't want to lose any time with that. Thank you so much, Mrs. O'Neill, for what you all do at Northern Shores. I think it's a prime example of how parents who really want to help out at school and want to be partners, all you have to do is go to Northern Shores and see how that works. I volunteered at Northern Shores handing out books. I watched, and before you were working at Northern Shores as hard as you are, Mrs. Holloman was working at Northern Shores, and so were others doing a great job there, showing how parents who really want to work at school and who really want to be partners can be partners with the school. That PTA has been wonderful for that school, and that's how scores are up. Now, I don't know where people get their numbers from. I listened to some numbers from someone who said what he had to say, so I'll say what I have to say. But I don't see that. I see our students doing extremely well, and I cannot see $34 million didn't come from 10% of our students. So we must be doing something somewhere because our students do an outstanding job when they get to the end. So whatever it is they're doing, they do it well. I saw the Pod Squad, and just in case you haven't heard of the Pod Squad, they're parents who volunteer to make sure teachers get a half an hour lunch and aides get a half an hour lunch. They're parents that Mrs. O'Neill has organized so that they come in and they volunteer at school during the lunch period. We have parents who work there, and some of them that I got a chance to talk to want to volunteer and also want to sign up as substitutes. So we are increasing our substitute force. So we have very positive people who are working. I want to share with you that I got to stand out there as I work to do my civic duty, volunteering on election day. I saw the flags of veterans. I wanted to get in to buy my flags for my father and for my father-in-law because I thought it was just for deceased veterans. But at any rate, I did get a chance to get in on the PTA part of it. The PTA said matching funds, and I talked to the principal, and the principal said they didn't realize they were going to get, what, $600? So now we've got to come up with $1,200. So I said I'll make my donation to the PTA so that we can come up with the matching funds. There are ways for parents to participate. People paid $50 an hour to speak to me, so to listen to me speak, rather, and $50 for a banquet to listen to me speak. If you really want to be a part of your child's life and know what your child is thinking, talk to your child. We don't transform children at school. We don't have that ability. We don't have that time. You need to make a connection with your own children, and don't put that onus on us. If your child left home being whatever they left home being, they came back to you being whatever that was. So if you have a connection with your child and there's not abuse, your child will tell you who they are and what they are. Don't blame us for that, because that's not our fault. I've given you the facts, and I heard people, even after they had the facts, and they know we make exceptions and do whatever we do, they came up and still told a story. Now, as people walk forward talking about giving their scriptures and talking about what they do, the Bible says don't bear false witness. That's what it says. It's one of those big 10 in the 10 Commandments. I feel that I must be a terrible threat to several people because they come up and make comments. In the last 11 months, there have been 30-some negative comments about me from people that I don't know. And I don't mind if you don't like me, if I've done something to you, but it really does disturb me when I don't even know you and you come up and say ugly things. These people walked through my neighborhood and lied on me. Amber Snodgrass, Dawn Marie Brittingham, Margaret Rankin, Deborah Jo Cliche, Heidi Parkington, Sean Markley, Teresa Anderson, I'll read fast, Jean F. Swan, Lena Badu, Kelly Balmer, Devon Blair, Lucy Spivey, Sean Adler, Angela Kilgore, and Richard Saccone. And they wanted to pray for me. The Bible says, go into your secret closet, close the door, and the Lord who hears you in secret will reward you openly. Don't threaten to take us to court if you really want to genuinely pray for us. Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't get to say all I needed to say, but I have information that I will share with you that backs up exactly what I said. I was never found guilty of violating FOIA. When my neighbors were told that lie, the people who did that knew, even under threat of perjury and going to jail, that they were telling a lie, but they swore to it and had their signatures notarized. I have that information, and I will be glad to share it with the media. I'm sorry the people who stood up here and ran their mouths decided to go, but sometimes people throw rocks and then they leave. God bless you all. Have a good evening. I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair Howe.
Thank you, Board Chair Riddick, and the rest of the board for allowing me to participate virtually from Tennessee so that I can participate in some personal and professional development here. First, I'd offer my condolences to Mr. Carson's family. I had not yet heard that he had passed, and I want to thank them for sharing him with our community for so long. He was my principal in high school my freshman year, and then he was the gentleman at SAO that offered me my very first teaching job. So he holds a special place in my heart. I agree with something, I don't know if Ms. Holloman's still there, but I agree with what she said about moving forward, planning for individual single stall bathrooms. That seems the wisest, most prudent way forward. If that is something we can keep in the forefront of our minds for the interest and safety of all of our students. Not just the majority, not just the minority, not just 5, all of them. I wanted to also mention that I did hold a town hall with Kim last week, and first I have to acknowledge her growth that I've seen in her over the past few months and how she's able to whittle down to the meat of an issue and communicate it effectively and clarify some things that can be misunderstood through email communications or other opportunities that we don't have when we don't have face-to-face opportunities. So I'm just proud of her for that, for being able to speak clearly to things in all the chaos that sometimes ensues. One thing that came up in our town hall that I can encourage parents to do when you feel like you don't have control over something or something is concerning to you and you're looking for a solution, start by joining the PTA and getting involved in the activities that the PTA sponsors. As Ms. O'Neill explained, Northern Shores has a very active, very organized, very powerful PTA. I would say the same with Florence Bowser. Kelly Knowles has launched that. And there's also one that is functioning well at Creekside. I know that not all the schools have one. And so if you're interested in that, reach out to me and I can put you in touch with the people in my borough that I know lead PTA, because that's a good way to get involved with your kiddos and their education and be a blessing to the teachers as well as the students. I am looking forward to the VSBA annual convention next week, hoping to glean even more information how to continue to improve my role as a public servant to you all. And I thank you for coming tonight and sticking it out with us for another late night. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Vice Chair Howe. Before I speak on behalf of myself, I have to speak on behalf of Board Member Jenkins. She did have to leave early, so I wanted to first commend Board Member Jenkins on her dedication to the Suffolk City School Board and her commitment to carrying out her duties as an elected official. As many of you may know, just a few hours ago today, in real time, Board Member Jenkins laid her mother, her best friend, her mentor, her role model, her prayer partner, her counselor to rest. Yet she still pushed in the midst of it all to come out and endure and suppress her emotions to carry out her office. Our thoughts, our sincere prayers are with Board Member Jenkins and her family. It is not an easy task, I could imagine, to have to bear what she's bearing now on top of still carrying out her duty. I can't say from losing a grandmother, well, from me losing a mother, I'm blessed to still have my mother. But in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, I went from having 5 grandparents to having 4, well, 1 left, and I just lost that one a couple of weeks ago. And in the midst of that, to still have to serve and endure attacks and things, it's not easy. We definitely are with Board Member Jenkins. However, on behalf of myself, it was definitely a great opportunity to go out to the groundbreaking you can start my time, to start, to go out to the groundbreaking of the new John F. Kennedy Middle School. It was a promise that was way overdue. I do want to also still honor the most aggressive fighter for the John F. Kennedy rebuild, the late, great chairwoman, Miss Lorraine Skeeter, and many others. I definitely want to thank Miss Anita Hicks, the president of the JFK Alumni Association, for working hand in hand with the event. The event overall was a good event. However, I do believe that we could have maximized our community engagement efforts at that event by tying in the community as the board had desired to do. Going forward, I would like a policy to be drafted from the Policy Review Committee that clearly defines the role of the board and the role of the superintendent when it comes to groundbreakings, construction of school, and ceremonial projects. I do want to address something that was heard earlier. We don't make policies for people. We make policies for positions. Why? Because people change. Positions may or may not change. And how we have it in writing is what we are going with. We want to make sure that the Suffolk Public Schools organism is able to keep moving full speed ahead. I also want to say thank you to Dr. Neighbors, Lakeland High School Chorus. They came out and did a fantastic job. And I just want to say thank you to everyone who came out tonight. Tonight has been the most peaceful meeting we have had in a long time. Do you see what happens when we respect one another, when we follow the rules of no extra ad-libbing in the audience? It keeps the tension and things down, and we can get to the business of the school division. Now, I do have to warn you of counterintelligence. I would be remiss if I didn't. If you are on Team SPS, you can't love and beat on us at the same time. It's a difference in letting us know where our shortcomings are and giving us time to improve. But abuse is still abuse. Our staff don't deserve it, and our board don't deserve it, and neither does our citizens. We got to learn how to respect each other, and what you showed tonight, given some situations, we can still be cordial and respectful, and it's my hope that we can move forward. I don't believe in asking God to do the things that He gave us strength to do ourselves. So I don't need extra power to be respectful. That's your mind. You have to move forward with that. All right, moving back to our agenda. The rest of this stuff is informational. At this time, the meeting is hereby. Okay, a motion has been made, but one is really not needed to adjourn. We're adjourned.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do too. Right, I did too. But it'll still be open when you go.